Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I see.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. Well, welcome back to the what they call the internationally known Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. New world order. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the Prognosticator Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper, the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the gang. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. See God Allah. The benevolent monarch, the benevolent monarch. And the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today. Day 2 of the Diddy trial was yesterday, and we're just getting a follow-up on day 3. Day 3 is today, but we're going to give you a follow-up, and we're going to have Cassie Ventura herself taking the stand. And why is this important? Because she took no accountability for anything that happened in her relationship, and this is why, one of the reasons why I tell men, no matter if they're old or young, why relationships can be problematic, even if you're a guy who is a leader, if you were a guy that has you have a elevated profile over her, you have she's a submissive and you're a dominant, right? You have more power than her, why relationships are on the ropes. And in this situation, this could be anybody. Well, not the Diddy thing, but this could be anybody. This could be any relationship. And I'm going to point to you another case on how women use how you operate with them in a relationship to take no accountability for her actions in the entire relationship. Yeah, it gets bad out here. It is that bad. It is that bad. And so we're going to review Cassie basically blaming Puff Daddy for everything, including taking drugs, participating in orgies and train yangs, and how women are saying this is supposed to be how abusive relationships work. And you will have a lot of people in the comment sections, a lot of women saying, this is how an abusive relationship works. He was abusive. She's going to say she was young, her frontal lobe didn't develop yet. You're going to hear it all. Brand new socks and draws on this particular breakdown of Cassie Ventura taking zero accountability in her actions to drink, smoke, and straight West Coast and get poked around and also get pissed down the back of her throat and not take any single piece of accountability, not one shred of accountability based on her actions in a relationship. Now, is Diddy a fine, upstanding citizen and individual? The answer is nope. No, he's a weird dude. He's a weird dude, and women know weirdos from a mile away. But it's funny, when you're weird and you have power and money, they'll associate with you. When you're weird and you don't have power and money, well, you're broke and they won't associate with you.
You get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, and so they know the difference between a weirdo and somebody who's abusive. All right, but for some reason they put up with the abusive relationship and then they blame the guy the entire way after it doesn't work out. We also have Crime and Law CGA DDG back on CGA's news here. He falls for the old okey doke. The old okey doke. Everybody from the hood knows the okey doke. All right, when you fall for something that's completely, you should have seen coming. The okey doke. DDG's baby mammy, Halle Bailey, files for a domestic violence restraining order. He should have saw this coming. All right, he should have saw this coming in order for DDG to get a disadvantage in the custody case between him and Halo, his daughter, and DDG, or is it his son? I don't remember. All right, but apparently she has photographs that she's texted to somebody, alleged photographs that she texts for somebody that she texts from the future. She texts them from the future. All right, and we're going to break this down here. Yes, it's going to be weird. You're like, how did she text them from the future? You're going to see here in a minute here. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. All right, she texted abusive domestic violence photographs from the future to somebody else's phone. I don't know how. I don't know how it happens, but of course, this is how the baby mama terrorist gets primary custody of children. And then when that guy doesn't want to no longer participate in the relationship, they say, he left me. He left us by our lonely.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right. But DDG, he didn't see it coming. All right. Everybody warned him. And who was the other guy that warned him? All right. There was a guy that warned him. We played a video of him. It was Blueface. Blueface tried to warn him. Not my girl, ass ninja.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Blueface tried to warn him and be like, yo, and I tried to tell him, I was like, you had a baby with this Straggle Daggle? All right, but Blueface tried to warn him right to his face. But DDG was like, not my girl, she different, ass ninja. All right, my girl different, coach. You don't know her. Our love is like no other love. She said she would never take my kids from me. How's that working out, ass ninja? All right. How's that working out? You should have listened, ninja. All right, now. All right, I saw it coming. That's why I went solo, ass ninja. All right, but guess what? Guess what? You didn't listen. All right, you young men need to listen to what's going on here, but y'all don't want to listen because you want to fall in love with you. I'm in love with you, ass nigga. All right, you guys are some goofy sucker full of ass ninjas. All right, we got that in a woman that sues her husband, and she files a suit for her husband, essentially saying that her husband wasted her youth in younger years. You're going to hear that coming up on Crime and Law CGA, man. Jesus. We got Doom and Gloom CGA, black women losing their jobs. What's going on with the sisters? The sisters are losing their jobs. All right, and we're going to find out why 100,000 plus black women are losing their jobs. All right, they're losing their jobs. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. All right, we got a lot going on here. My studio is buzzing. All right, there's edits flying everywhere. There's work everywhere. I done lost control of my whole life is being turned topsy-turvy. All right, I'm working 24/7, no days off, I tell you. All right, the hustle and the grind should be respected. But let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. No government name, SD, you were telling facts yesterday when talking about how women at the age of 25 have lived 5 times the life of a young man. Even heavy, unattractive women have had more access to 90% of men than 90% of men. Even they will just because they have a cute friend who will get them access. Yes, indeed. So a 25-year-old woman has lived 5 times the life of the regular average 25-year-old man. And that's a power dynamic. That's a power dynamic that most people don't want to discuss. I'm going to tell you it's going to exist. So how are you going to navigate that? Shout out to Khalid Cooper with the sponsorship. He says, salute.
I'm rich, bitch.
Salute. Appreciate y'all, brothers, man. Are y'all enjoying the morning show? Are y'all enjoying a break from the evening show? All right, the longest running episodic program and live stream here on YouTube. All right, my streak is coming to an end, but for good reason. And I'll give you guys an update on the good reason as to why we're no longer running the longest episodic program and live stream here on YouTube. Well, we got some other brothers that we need to acknowledge. And who are these brothers? These are new people. No government name. I can't believe Coach got me to join Twitch like I'm a 12-year-old wanting to watch a gamer play COD. Continued success. And don't forget to tell these misches to boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
All right, we bossing up over on Twitch. Shout out to no government name. You know who you are back on Twitch. All right, Twitch. It's Twitch, bitch. All right, I don't know if I can say that. I don't know if I can say that on Twitch. No, this is H Everyday. The difference between Cassie and Young Miami is $30 million and the cut the lawyers want. Diddy, Russell Simmons, and Uncle Shay Shay are all pawns in a large game. These lawyers go to the club, send emails, encourage the recruitment of women, and solicit information from these snitches. Dangle some money to a needy person and use coercion and entrapment and a token black man, and we're in business. New world in order. Business, man, and this is the stripping away of wealth. But black men, you got to learn how to you got to learn how to operate accordingly. You got to know how to play the game. Can't just do what you want to do to these women anymore. Not anymore. Shout out to CPFSC, yo. But here we go, right there. Okay, you don't have to read this out loud. All right, shout out to you. All right, but you're talking about, okay, I won't read it out loud. I won't.
New world order.
There's a lot going on, and it would trigger a lot of people. All right, it would trigger a lot of people. All right, shout out to our brother here. It is Mr. Bobby Harrison says, Coach, saw you on the IG story on Paul Pierce. You predicted it. These celebrities and athletes have adopted the RP talking points from the Manosphere. Pierce said the best business for women is divorcing rich men.
New world
Perhaps
order.
we might take a trip down memory lane as CGA. Well, we're going to play a game. We're going to play a game. Shall we play a game? All right, shall we play a game? We're going to play a game here in a minute. Triggerverse says, Cassie taking the stand. Is this an ad for the Dubai Soda Pop? A cool, refreshing drink. All right, man. She's swallowing pee-pee. She asked for it, too. I wonder if they're going to cross-examine her today. Did you ask to swallow pee-pee? Caitlin says, what's up, Coach? In times of crisis, a woman's default setting is to blame the man.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Cassie and Halle Bailey are showing their true colors. And, of course, a week ago, we were telling you not to date white women. All right, but now we got a full Filipina and a black woman up here showing their ass. As Paul Mooney said, it's been a bad ninja year. It's been a bad ninja year. By the way, shout out to Luis Gonzalez. Says Jermaine climbed a building trying to save his mammy. All right, I got to see that. What happened there? All right, trying to save his mammy. Dear mama. Shout out to your mammy and Mammy's Day. Did you hear about that man in Las Vegas that literally skitty pop his old family? Holy moly. And
skitty keep pop.
They were in
And
dire
pop,
straits. All right,
boom.
so abusive relationships are on, man. I'm going to tell you, man, at some particular point, people are seeing the light. Like, I want you to give me the likes, don't pass the scroll. Mugga. Did you guys know I'm one of the top 2% of streamers over on Twitch? Your boy over there killing it. And last night, we were over there, just so you guys know. We were over there, but listen, don't hold me to a time over there. Niggas is like, you was late. I didn't say what time I was going to be on. All right? Don't get used to a schedule over there, bruh. I'm going to be on. Ninja said I was late. Or I wasn't late to anything, bruh. I was waiting for it to get dark in Las Vegas. Nobody wants to be on the strip in traffic at 5 o'clock with all the lights out on the Vegas Strip. People want to see Vegas in the dark. And I was waiting for the sun to go down. As you guys know, we have extended daylight. Early in the morning, 5 in the morning, it's light outside. 6:30 in the evening, it's light outside. So I was waiting for the lights to come down a little bit to give a better optic and better film quality so we could get Vegas at night. But we was in Vegas at night, and boy, did we have a fantastic time over on Twitch. You can go ahead and subscribe. Look at all the followers I've obtained in the last few days. I started off with less than 1,000, and look at how many people are going over there. All right, give me a second here. Look at the views over here. I'm getting better views than I get on the Coach Greg Adams channel over on Twitch. All right, it's crazy. Being demonetized versus monetized. I'm getting better views over here. All right, better views over here, and we're setting records, man. Apparently, somebody tried to embarrass me last night on Twitch.
Oh, thank you, brother. Oh, my goodness.
Dang, declined on live, bro. All right, I'm broke.
Did you want to go again?
He messed up. It ain't on me. He declined me on live
Dead flat
streaming.
broke
Lord have
with a
mercy.
$3.85
All right, that's embarrassing. The haters gonna be watching that. Like, all right, CGA got declined. I done hit my limit. Oh no! Embarrassing. He'll be like, CGA broke. Oh no! I'm broke, man. Oh my goodness!
Oh, the humanity.
All right, I got my credit card got declined at the valet. Oh my goodness! All right, hey man, CGA broke.
Did you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke? Dead, flat,
Look at him.
stony, broke.
Oh,
under
Jesus.
$3.85
All right, I can't talk about you broke ass niggas. I got declined at the valet. What the hell? All right, my card, man. What is going on, bruh? All right, this is crazy. This is absolute disgrace. All right, he said he messed up. He didn't do it. If you watch the whole stream, he messed up, not me. All right, it wasn't me. All right, but I forgot to pay my credit card bill or something like that. I don't know what happened. All right, they gonna usher me out of here, man. But of course, I got a Ling to join me on the
Some
stream.
YNs normally not gonna be over here. Oh, what's going on? There you go. Come here for a second. Come here for a second. Let me guess where you from. Hey, how you doing, sweetie?
Hi,
Look, what's your name? What's your name?
Lori.
Lori? Let me guess where you from.
Okay.
All right. I'm hearing your accent. It's pretty good. California. All right. That's a cool outfit, though. Are you part of a show?
Uh-oh. The Ling. Uh-oh. What in the world? Here we go right here.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right. Crispy mouthpiece going on. And she want me to put... Here we go.
Just here for fun.
You just here for fun?
Oh, okay. She was here for fun. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. She said basically...
What kind of fuck you give me?
That's what she said right there over on Twitch. But join us every day, even on Saturday and Sunday. We'll be over on twitch.tv/Coach Greg Adams. We be having a party. I actually met an African American over there too as well. And she wanted to get dominated.
I like to get dominated.
All right. Yeah, we're out there touching grass. They'll just be like, you need to touch grass, CGA. All right. Yeah, we out there, CGA. And we out there chilling on Twitch. Do me a favor, man. Just go over there and hang out with me, man. And no, we're not doing the red pill over there. So if you're looking for red pill rage ass niggas, we are not doing the red pill over on Twitch. All right, we just having a good old time. It's Boss Up 2025.
Boss up, nigga.
It's Boss Up 2025. And we did a little dance too. She wanted to do a little dance over there. And she wanted to get dominated. She said,
I like to get dominated.
all right, yes indeed. She said she liked to get dominated too. Turn that damn music off. All right, turn that damn music off. So you see what type of shit we doing over there, and it's gonna be fun, man. It's been a fun time. But we don't just kick off at 5 p.m. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But I'll give you guys a heads up if you're over on Discord and you're on locals. Sometimes on YouTube, I might we're on Twitch in the background. But of course, if I start in the infield, I won't be able to run it. But we're going to have fun, man. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to play a game. I want to play a game. Somebody mentioned this earlier, and, it always seems like CGA is just always talking about this, all right? CGA, you always talking about people sound like you. They don't know who you are, ninja. They don't know who you are. You're a nobody-ass ninja. All right, but we're going to see what happens here in this situation here. This is Paul Pierce, who I've been saying, Paul Pierce, all right? All right, whoever you are, and this woman looks familiar on this podcast, but Paul Pierce is doing his best CGA. Let's see what happens here with Paul Pierce, and even Todd Shaw, Too Short, has something to say. Who does this sound like?
Divorce rate is high level. No, and I'm talking about somebody like in our field.
And I think those marriages that work, I think that they come across the same exact threshold of reasons to divorce, but for reasons unknown only to them, they don't do it. Yeah. I think a lot of marriages that make it past 10, 15 years, they just stay together.
Do you think they're staying together and being complacent, or do you think they're staying together because they genuinely love each other? My parents been married for 50-something years.
I think it's that song. What's that New Edition song? What's that?
Oh, no. All right, listen, just...
Straight jacket.
What's going on here? All right. Are they divorce rates? People staying together? It's almost like I have a catalog with this type of information.
Straight jacket.
Even Too Short's dressed like CGA.
Straight jacket.
This is quite confusing. All right, this is all right.
Straight jacket.
I told you most people will sound like CGA in about a year or two. All right. And they're going to sound like CGA in about a year or two. We're going to see, who does this sound like? Who does this sound like? Let me see if we can play the video.
You learn all about female nature very quickly in the bite. It's great. You learn that Dating is over. Love is over. Red pill is over. It's all transactional. Because there's nothing you can fucking say as a brokey to make a woman stay loyal to you. Nothing. There is nothing you can do as a brokey to get a 10 and make her loyal to you. Let me tell you why the red pill is done and why there's no point talking about it. And anyone who's still talking about dating is dumb as fuck. Because Instagram has made the entire dating market absolutely transactional. Rich men fuck everything. Brokies fuck nothing. That's the dating market. Done. You learn all about female nature very quickly in Dubai. It's great. You learn that dating is over, love is over, red pill is over, it's all transactional. Because there's nothing you can fucking say as a brokey to make a woman stay loyal to you. Nothing. There is nothing you can do as a brokey to get a 10 and make her loyal to you. Let me tell you why the red pill is done and why there's no point talking about it. And anyone who's still talking about dating is dumb as fuck. Because Instagram has made the entire dating market absolutely transactional.
Straight jacket.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Straight jacket.
Just
straight jacket.
I'm just trying to figure out who they sound like.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
It only takes people, 2 years to just basically copy my whole flow. At some particular point,
Wait a minute.
Hey.
Who are you?
We do look the same. So, anybody know this guy? Sounds like CGA. Sounds like, so what is going on here? I don't know what's going on here. I'm just doing my thing. I'm just doing my thing. All right, let me see. Who does this sound like right here?
Fair enough, but
anyhow,
but them niggas paying though.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane.
No, actually, that's the smart. We're the insane ones.
Yeah, we are.
We're the idiots.
But no, but
like hours on dates and shit.
I mean, we are, bro. We're the idiots.
You know,
if you look at it pragmatically, it's actually way more efficient and smarter to pay for sex.
No, yeah, you're right.
It is. We're idiots because we don't do it. But like, I wish I could though. I'll be honest with y'all, man. Talking to y'all is annoying. But anyway, what about you? I wish I could, man.
That should be easy.
Straight jacket.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm trying to.
Straight jacket.
I'm trying to figure out.
Straight jacket.
Did they run out of shit to say? I don't know what.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Shout out to Fresh. Fresh is watching right now. Shout out to Fresh. All right. No, I'm not throwing shade at these people, but I'm just wondering.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Okay. Anyway, it's the notorious one. It's the notorious one. Somebody. Where we at? Hey, what I say, y'all can, hey guys, the guys that are trying to defend the last, y'all trying to hold the line. Hey, everybody knows it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Y'all can't, there's no more red pill. It's cooked. All right. The marketplace is going to the monetized dating marketplace. No more dating coaches. You're getting priced out. Everybody sees it. You're the last one to know. Pimping is dead. Players are dead. It's what it is, guys. Hey, listen, I'm sorry to tell you that. We will get to the Ko-Fis later, but we got some updated news here on Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by we got some bad news for the community, but before we get to the community, Donald Trump standing on business again. Do you think this is a win? The U.S. and China agrees to slash tariffs for 90 days as trade talks continue. The world's two biggest economies agreed to a temporary rollback of most of their recent levies after negotiating in Switzerland over the weekend. Donald Trump is not playing.
Look at my African American.
All right,
over here.
standing
Look
on
at him.
business.
Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking
Out
about?
in Hong Kong, the U.S. and China announced a 90-day pause on most of their recent tariffs on each other, fueling hopes on Wall Street of a cool down in the trade war between the world's two largest economic powers. The combined U.S. tariff rate on China's imports will be cut to 30% from 145%, while China's levies on U.S. imports will fall to 10%. Down from 125%. This is what the country said on early Monday morning. Officials met in Geneva over the weekend for their first face-to-face talks since President Donald J. Trump 45/47 his shock tariff rollouts on April 2nd, where he imposed 84% duties on Chinese imports, adjusted them to 125% soon afterwards, and hiked them further to 145% a day later. The ninja said, send it. The ninja said, send it on China. And then the new 30% rate is the sum of the 20% duty Trump imposed earlier in his second term over alleged Chinese failures to curb fentanyl flow and the 10% universal tariffs he has applied to nearly all foreign imports. My man Donald J. Trump was like, I'm standing on business. All right, y'all can be scared, but I ain't scared. He said, bitch, you scared. He thought, man, look, he said, I'm not kowtowing to nobody over here. Yeah, we going to feel a little bit of pain at the pump for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. There's always going to be an adjustment. Maybe the grocery store shelves go empty for a day or two, maybe a couple of 3 and 4 days. But he said, I'm standing on business. And China had to back down. They said, well, I see you're serious about this, all right? And they said,
what kind of fuck you give me?
That's what they said there, all right? So shout out to the tariffs there. People said, this is going to be the worst thing ever. All right, they're going to freeze us out. They're going to be out here pulling Birkin bags for $55. All right, Donald Trump said, hell no. And China said,
what kind of fuck you give me?
All right, that's what happens over there. Whew. Goodness gracious. All right, man, he said, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. He said, I ain't bluffing. And he kept ratcheting it up, those tariff percentages. And China was like, oh, okay, ninja serious. All right, that's kind of like when you get the belt. All right, nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt. Woof. It gets hectic on here. All right, more doom and gloom news for the baby boomers, all right? The baby boomers are broke. Apparently, according to Fortune magazine, which I call part of the new world propaganda machine, most baby boomers can't afford assisted living and are weighing on the housing market by staying in their homes, according to the Oracle of Wall Street. This is something that I've warned you about the housing market and why you won't be able to buy a house, because one of the reasons are the baby boomers ain't selling, and they can't sell because they're working. And some of these people are getting laid off. We're going to cover that right here. And it says the baby boomers are collectively sitting on $75 trillion in wealth, and that's not distributed evenly. Meanwhile, many can't even afford to move out or instead must stay in their homes. What did I warn you about? This is another thing that I talked about homes. All right. And listen, buying homes are great, but I always warn you about this. Sometimes you get stuck in them. And this is a prime example. Even when you think you have appreciation, I always say, okay, if you have appreciation, sell the house. Sell it. All right. If you're so rich and home rich, sell your house. Guess what? They can't, because they need a place to live. So soon as they get out of that house, if it's paid off, if it has a low interest rate and they're still paying it off, soon as they sell it, they got to go what? Rent, which will drive up the renting prices or the rental prices, or they got to take that money and buy a new house, or they got to sit on it to take the capital gains tax, or they can sell it to they're not leaving their houses behind for the Gen Xers and the millennials. They're not leaving them behind. They're just sitting on them. And this is what's going to stagnate the housing market. Okay. Many of you guys will never own a home. I'm telling you right now, people are not going to say this. I've been saying this for the better part of 5 years. You're not getting one. We're just in a quagmire. They're just sitting on it. And then I even heard many of them are selling their house to their Gen X children and or their millennial children. They're selling them to them. They're not giving them to them. They're not leaving them behind in the will. They're selling them to them. So this is going to create a very, very stagnant housing market for a long time. And these people don't have the money. They don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. New world order. All right. So if anytime I say something, it is basically taking the people that exist today and looking at them forward. We're not talking about the people that already got married 15 years ago or 10 years ago. We're talking about the people that exist moving forward. Many of you guys are going to be priced out and stuck out in this marketplace because the houses aren't going to move. Even if the interest rates fall, the boomers can't afford to make a move. They can't afford it. Baby boomers are dragging on the housing market because most can't afford to move out of their home. All right. She says many cash-strapped Americans have been borrowing against their home. Yep. And 44% of home equity loans are being taken out by seniors. Ring the fucking bell. I told you this, bruh. They just don't want to listen to me, bruh. You don't want to listen. They're stuck in their house and they're still taking out HELOCs. 44% of HELOCs are taken out by senior citizens. What's next? Reverse mortgage, back to the bank. Okay, ring the bell. All right. Even if your house is paid off, that doesn't mean you are not in this position. All right. You still can't move. The reality is, I'm always saying, all right, the only way you have true equity is to find out if you can sell. If you can sell at a price that you think will make you money, sell. But where are you going to go? That's always the next question. Where are you going to go after you sell? That's what the boomers are leaning on. You might have the house paid off. My house is paid off. You're going to die in that motherfucker. That's where you're going to die. Okay, because soon as you sell it, you got to do what? Got to buy another one. All right, or you got to go ahead and get on a houseboat, get an apartment. All right, you're going to basically sit on that, and you're going to lose a ton of it in capital gains potentially. Right, so a lot of people are really stuck. They don't realize it. So you're going to die in that motherfucker. That's going to be a coffin. That's going to be a coffin. You better have a backup plan. Let's get to the next one out here. Doom and Gloom CGA, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, says the April jobs report shows that black women lost 106,000 jobs last month, the highest rate of unemployment amongst all workers. Woo! Sister. Not only are they reporting it, Black Enterprise is reporting it as well. So we got double source here. This is the latest figure shows that joblessness for black women surged by 106,000 jobs last month. The new eye-popping data shows what is not often cited in the national labor force. It says fresh numbers reveal the unemployment for black workers this year is steadily rising, especially for black women. And
I'm in a bind, Nate.
The buying season is here.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
The buying season is here. Fixes Binds LLC will always be here. And it says black unemployment rose 6.1% in April, a full percentage point surge from March. In contrast, the unemployment rate for white women
Where the white women at?
is 3.3%, unchanged from March, and 4.6% for Hispanic, the same as in March. Women in other groups generally do not face racial or gender discrimination like black women, a factor in the jobless rate discrepancy. All right, that's what they say. New world order. But the buying season is here, and of course, these were all the jobs. I mean, listen, between the student loan thing and now we have the rising unemployment rates of the Sistas. Well, the community is going to be on life support. It's dead already. The community is already dead. These were all the jobs. Most of these jobs are government sector jobs. Okay. I believe 65% of black women have government sector jobs, which many of these are social services and welfare jobs. All right. Much of them don't count on the degree status and these things that they've been telling you you're a loser about. I've been saying that this is going to be an effect, not just for black women, but women in general. Most of these jobs that they have are the first to go. They're the first to get cut. Okay.
Now I got to cut you.
Essential workers, non-essential workers. These are the first jobs that are going to get cut. And these are the first people that are going to be on the chopping block because many of these jobs are not very challenging jobs. They're not, they may be mentally fatiguing, but they're not very challenging. And when they thin out the herd, they thin out the herd. Now, this one blames DEI as well. All right, it says experts link this troubling spike to anti-DEI policies, which federal job cuts and hiring discrimination, especially under the Trump-aligned initiatives. Sectors like retail, hospitality, and the federal government, where black women are often employed, are seeing workforce reductions. Yep, so there it is right there. Retail, hospitality, federal government. 65% of black women that have jobs are with the federal government or in that sector. Okay, so once DEI and Doge gets a hold of them jobs is gone. All right, just that fast. Federal jobs fell by 9,000 in April, totaling a loss of 26,000 since January. But economists warn that BWs are disproportionately affected, facing barriers to finding work as opportunities shrink. As a result, many are turning to entrepreneurship, or they're also turning to this.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
And it says right here, and they're turning to entrepreneurship to create income and gain career control. How about those careers?
So I could focus on my
All right,
career.
continuing a trend of business ownership as a response to job insecurity. I've seen this in real life. Unfortunately, when people like this get laid off, they try to shift over to entrepreneurship, but you can't really make a quick shift. It's going to take time. So what they'll do is they'll take some courses and they're like, oh, I'm going to start this. But whatever they're shifting to in the entrepreneurial game, it's like 5-10 years behind. Like they're 5-10 years behind already to make up the ground. when in fact, if they would have started this when they had the job, they would have been able to be ahead. But I typically find that these workers typically work themselves to death for their government zaddy and their corporate zaddy, so they don't make time to do a second entrepreneur job. And so they'll end up driving Uber, all right, because they think they're just going to shift over to entrepreneur and be good. Nah, brothers, man, listen, when you shift over to entrepreneur, you're going to eat plates and plates of shit for 2 years. It's going to be a difficult adjustment. And they won't be able to have the advanced money, because they take a severance and the money's gone within months. Okay, so I find the entrepreneurial game they'll try to get in, they're already 5 years down the line. It's kind of like what they'll do is they'll go, hey, I'm going to do drop shipping. They'll do some shit like that. And it's typically going to be age women, 35 to 70. And they're like, oh, I heard about this drop shipping. And they'll take a drop shipping course. And you're like, bruh, you way behind the 8 ball on drop shipping. All right, whoever's telling you guys to do this and scramble up, because they get their little groups of people that they'll get together. Oh, I heard about that. I heard I saw a YouTube video and somebody made a lot of money. I saw a TikTok video and they made a lot of money in drop shipping, and they'll try to do drop shipping. And you're like, what the fuck? And you're like, bruh, you way behind. That's old. That's old hat. All right, and I wonder why they don't start this while they're doing their job. But they have their jobs. And then they're like, I have a job. You know what I mean? Like, the job ain't going to go away. You're like, the job's going to go away at some particular point, and you're going to be cooked. And we're seeing the cooking going on like hot bacon right now. They're getting grilled, all right? The dedication to these jobs and these careers is not very steady income at all. But that's doom and gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA, thank you, man. We got Ko-Fi over being in the building. Thank you for being patient. You guys normally go first. Today, you go last, and you'll like it. Shout out to our brother. It is D from Cali. He says, I was watching some guy's stream last night, and he said DDG should have negotiated with Halle to prevent this from happening. DDG was cooked the second that child was born. I've been through the family court, and you don't negotiate with a bitter woman. Give DDG the buzzer. All right, the person that he's talking about, I'm not giving him free shine, because this nigga don't give me no shine at all. All right, give me some shine, ninja. All right, I always see this happening. All right, but they your fan, and then all of a sudden they blow up, and now they don't know you, and they just start swagger jacking you. But that being said, he doesn't have experience. He doesn't have experience to talk about this. Only I do. How do you negotiate in advance to prevent this from happening? There is no negotiation, right? The only way you negotiate with a woman before a child is born is you get a co-parenting agreement or a preconception agreement to iron this shit out. Okay? Doesn't mean that it's going to fly in court. You just have a document agreeing before the woman's pregnant that she won't play this bullshit. Now, once she becomes pregnant, you lose leverage. You lose leverage. So there's no negotiation, because in the courts, when you're specifically, if you're not married to that woman, there's no negotiation, guys. There's nothing you can do or say. You can't put paper in front of her and do a post-conception agreement. When the baby comes out of her vagina, there's no negotiation. She does have significant leverage over you. So you basically doing the Daffy Duck the entire time. You just better hope and pray that this is a good woman. Okay? But even if you did a preconception or a co-parenting agreement prior to pregnancy, even if you did, you're going to fight in court. You're going to fight over it. So she's still going to take you up in court. But I hear this all the time where people are like, he should have negotiated. You can't negotiate. There's no negotiation. If she hell-bent on taking the kid and removing you as the parent, there's nothing you can do. You could just react. Like, you can't even go to the court prior and do preemptive strikes. All right, they've already have a 50-50 custody agreement. He didn't establish that. Remember, he doesn't want to take her to court. That's DDG. But he decided to back off on that. But he don't want to take her to court. One of the reasons why is I think she's probably setting his ass up to pay some child support. All right, but this is crazy. NGN, the Mitches got their expose material on CGA if they watch the Twitch stream. He says, but they too busy being mad that they're priced out, even overseas women, rather than getting their money up and they mouthpiece down, looking for tens that'll accept cheap tacos. And I gave him something. I even clipped it and put it on my own channel so I can give him some content to talk about. All right. I know the strategy of social media. Can you explain why Mitches complain about being priced out of women in their life when they want the best things for themselves, when they have a woman in their life, yet when they're single, they'll brag about living off of $3,000 a year in a studio with top ramen. All right, so when the women is in their life, they want to have nice shit. McMansions, houses, cars, SUVs, mommy vans. When they live by themselves, I could live off way less. I could live off a director's chair and ramen and a TV stand. All right, I don't know. Men are weird like that. G says, after y'all fellas, he says, know me as the single traveling JUCO mongering guy. Anyway, I was telling them how this Ling gave me the Nuru massage and these ninjas lost it. I'm like, damn, y'all paying the mortgage and y'all wife can't give you a massage, but I'm the trick. Send it. 100%. Guys are really missing out on life. All right, they're married to a woman that won't even touch their peen or massage their back. I mean, it's really bad out here. Poor guys. Kid Cudi, coach, I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but the rapper Sauce Walka follows you on Instagram. Shout out to Sauce Walka in the building. He's pretty well known, and you recently covered him on the show after he was shot in the leg in Houston. Shout out to Sauce Walka. I did cover him. I believe I covered him twice. There was something else that he was talking about, so I remember his name. But shout out to Sauce Walka. How about the guys? CGA, these guys don't know you. Where's that guy at? Where's that guy at? All right, these guys actually think that nobody knows CGA. All right, that I just been on YouTube and people just been not clicking on my videos. All right, come on, bruh. Put some respect on my name. Shout out to our brother Cali West says, Coach might be a boss on Twitch, but don't call him no Twitch boss. The Ling infield was cute for an old fogey. She was dressed like the girl from Young Camel Toes Rice Bunny video. Rice Bunny Heavy video. Heaven. Rice Bunny Heaven video. Salute. All right. Yes, indeed. And, you see me, man. You see me out here. CGA, he's scared to talk to people. CGA scared to go out and touch grass. All right, just watch me on Twitch. Just watch me on Twitch. You'll see me, bro. You'll see me. I'm not one of these guys. All right, I'll do very well outside. NGN for track cons and legacy ninjas. Do you have the stomach to raise kids, giving them the best life possible, never being appreciated or hearing from them as adults? He says, I don't have the stomach. The solution is the free agent lifestyle for life. Okay, the free agent lifestyle for life. Ask any father with an adult child, specifically a daughter. Most of the fathers, ask these guys, do you hear from your adult kids? Like, do they call you? Do they come and visit you? I mean, I even do this to my parents, so. All right, but how often do they call you? How often do they visit you? You will find some that will say, oh, quite often, I have a great relationship. But most fathers will say, when their child calls them, they think it's an emergency. They know the child wants something, which is not a child, it's an adult, but it's their children. All right, the love goes away. They'll come and see you once or twice or 3 times during the holiday. All right, but a father knows if their daughter calls them, she needs money. All right, so you're forever going to be that guy, just a pet wallet. Your kids will call you, hey, Dad, how's it going? I just wanted to know how is it going. Okay, what do you need, kid? What do you need? All right, are you in trouble? I'm not really in trouble. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Okay, I'm doing great. How are you? I'm in a bind. All right, I'm in a bind. Can you help? Help. You're like, oh, okay, all right. You needed some money. That's what I fucking thought.
Do you have the stomach?
That's what I thought. Yep, they need a couple of dollars to get their car out of hock after it got towed when they went to the nightclub and they overnight parked it. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, that's why we tell you guys that just go live your life. Have a plan to put yourself first. Do not depend on these people being people that are going to take care of you and wipe your ass. They're not going to. Those days are done. Those days are done, bruh. Even the boomers can't even take care of themselves. The boomers can't even afford to go to assisted living. I'm going to ask you, your boomer parents, are you going to go wipe their ass? No, you're not. Are you going to go take them for a walk? No, you're not. Are you going to make sure their house doesn't get put in reverse mortgage? No, you're not. Just think about the older people today. Who's taking care of these people? They're 70, 75, 80. Who's taking care of them? Nobody. Not y'all monkey asses. So who do you think's going to do that when you get 70, 80, and 90? You ain't doing it. All right, so your kids aren't going to do it for you. These legacy ninjas really crack me the fuck up. The only people that are going to do this are extremely poor people when they have 5 generations of people living in one house and the old crazy ass uncle that lives in the back bedroom that y'all slide food under the door like it's a prison cell when he gets dementia. All right. And they find out he been touching the kids for 50 years. All right. So all that shit, all that legacy shit, it ain't really existing right now. So do not program your life around it, all right? Or you're going to be majorly disappointed. You better go find and live your life. For me, I'm going to just get Filipino nurses.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, Filipino nurses is my solution. If they fuck me over, it is what it is. Mr. B says Cassie's husband had to sit there and hear what most women take to the grave. He says, I don't think he has the stomach, but he is knee deep in the investment phase. Worst part is that he probably doesn't get any of that freaky-ish from her. Shaking my damn head. Nope. I would hate to have looked at Cassie saying all of that crazy shit sitting in court. I would be disgusted. I'd be like, she ain't ever let me do that nasty shit to her. She was like, I can't do this anymore. These were my younger years. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right, apparently in Florida, somebody has been down in Florida doing the nasty boy routine, and I don't know what's going on here. Let's take a look here. Apparently, real estate agents are being targeted by a suspect that possibly has a foot fetish, and he's tricking realtors into letting him caress their feet during open houses. Let's play the video.
Women realtors that have been experiencing and have had these encounters with the same man at least 12 of us that we know, spanning as far back as July of last year and as recent as April 12th.
Angela Julian says her experience at an open house last summer still unsettles her, and now she knows she's not alone.
Came in, looked around the house, asked questions, asked me to show him the backyard, so I showed him the backyard. Then he proceeded to tell me that I had an ant on my foot, and I started hopping around trying to figure out where the ant was.
The victims say they've been targeted by a man pretending to be a potential buyer. Several of them claim he used excuses like bugs or ants to get close and touch their feet.
I didn't see an ant, but he kept telling me that it went behind my shoe, and so he started to unbuckle my shoe and caress my foot.
After sharing her experience online, Julian discovered she wasn't alone. One woman commenting on a post saying, quote, "This happened to me in February at my friend's open house when I had a listing." This incident prompting a safety alert for agents across the Bay Area.
We just need to be prepared going into hosting open houses and also maybe doing background checks on people.
Clearwater police confirmed an incident matching the description, and investigators are reminding real estate agents to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity.
We just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You ain't looking at feet? I'm looking at feet.
Apparently, somebody just sent me a picture of the suspect, and hey, whoa.
And that's you.
Take that down. That's not the suspect's picture right there. That's not it. We don't have a picture of the suspect. Somebody just, why you trolling me, man? That's not what I was thinking, but apparently we do have a picture of the suspect later. Maybe we'll show it later, but she does look like she has some nice feet. She does look like she has some nice feet. I'm looking at feet. All right, somebody come up, somebody see here. Look, let me see. Pink toes. All right, pink toes.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, I like some pink toes. She does look like she got pretty feet. I'm gonna see here. I was not in Florida though at the time here. All right, but that's crazy. Here we go. Straggle, Sniggle Theater. We got the nasty boys out here too. He says, "I'm not ashamed to say it." What is he not ashamed to say?
I'm fucking ashamed to say it. I eat ass a lot, and I like it. It's healthy and fun. Fuck you, dude. I'm fucking ashamed to say it. I eat ass a lot, and I like it. It's healthy and fun. Fuck you, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, I think we got a problem with the men in this space. All right, the nasty boys are.
Oh, that's nasty.
We got guys running around Florida looking at women's feet. All right, ants crawling on their feet. We got this guy eating the Duke shoot. We got some nasty ninjas out here.
That's nasty.
It's healthy. Oh, my goodness. I told you ninjas are one step away from eating any Duke shoot out here. This is crazy.
I'm fucking ashamed to say it. I eat ass a lot, and I.
Oh, my goodness, man. This is just. This is not.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, starving. These are the guys y'all trying to defend out here in the red pill. These are the guys y'all trying to save. It's gonna take forever trying to save these guys. It's gonna take forever. I don't think I have the time. All right, we have a Ling here, a beautiful Cambodian looking Ling right here. Where's she at?
What kind of fuck you give me?
Possibly. Ling says this is how much a table of 6 ladies tipped her for her job. All right, we know that these ladies, we definitely know the race of these ladies. All right, we definitely know where they wait, where is it at? Right here. A table of 6 women, split checks. All right, we're split checks. We're gonna find out how much each of these women tipped this Ling for her service at the goddamn Golden Corral. All right, here we go.
How much a table of 6 women tipped. First one, total was $51, they left $9. Second one, total of $32, $0 tip. $55, $0 tip. $60, left $6. $21 left $7, and then $23 left $4. So I am grateful for any tip, but would prefer 20%.
Oh my goodness! Shout out to her.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, yeah.
I like to get dominated.
All right, and so yeah, man. I believe Americans, we do have a gratuity marketplace. In many places, the gratuity marketplace it doesn't exist. If you do tip, they kind of charge you in the bill. All right, and then if you do tip past that, it's an extra thing. It's not expected. So Americans tend to travel abroad and still do the 20% thing, maybe the 15%. There's kind of a 5 to 10% built in the bill for this, but extra is always appreciated, but it's not a demand. In America though, we still have this idea of the tipping marketplace. And the reason why is because the jobs that these women take, right? Retail, service industry job, waitress, hospitality, these jobs depend on tips because they're paid low wages. And that's the way the restaurants can get away with hiring these women. And these women are under the guise that they're going to make a certain amount of money based on gratuity or tips. But what typically happens is there's certain groups of people, there's a certain demographic of people that don't tip at all. All right, and it's typically black people. Then women. All right, those two are the worst tippers of all time. Even black people that work in this industry will tell you that this group of people will not tip. All right, they don't tip at all. Okay, they will not tip. But what'll happen is these people will become disgruntled, and as a result, no matter what you say is their job, they chose the job, they're also going to give you shitty treatment. Okay, right? They're going to give you shitty treatment. So when you come up in there and you get discriminated against, you get poor service, and you continue to get poor service, there's always going to be a cause and effect relationship. So if you are one of the people that say, hey, you chose this job, it's your fault. Tipping is not mandatory. When you go in the restaurant and they sit you in the back, they take too long to bring you your drinks, and you don't tip, it's going to be a cause and effect the relationship. So just be prepared for that. Just be prepared for that. Now, there is some tipping that's getting ridiculous. Like when you go to Starbucks or a little retail spot and they didn't do nothing and the tip menu comes up, you're like, what the hell is this? Okay, you're like, you didn't do anything. But you have to understand, Gen Zs, this is their first job. So Gen Z employees, they don't understand that you shouldn't tip at this particular point. They got a job and they'll say, yeah, people will leave you tips. All right. And so they'll say, well, there's something going to pop up on the screen. You don't have to do anything, but okay. But I'm going to just tell you, man, look, one thing that I've learned in this one, this is why we teach you to boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
This is why you teach you to boss up, because in many cases, bro, when you tip well and you plan on returning, you're going to get crazy ass treatment. You're going to get crazy treatment. So if it's a place you intend to return to or frequent or become a regular guest, they're going to fucking give you a show. All right. And you will be known and recognized when you come back. All right. They'll want to seat you in a good place. When you walk in, they'll be like, sit over here. They'll fight over you. So if you plan on frequenting these places, which a lot of people don't think about, I ain't tipping nobody. All right. If you are planning to go back to that place and you tip well, they'll fight over you. They'll give you the best service every time you fucking come back. They will know your name when you walk in the door. They'll welcome you. They'll bow down to you. They'll tell you the next time they'll give you something and it wasn't the right thing. And they'll be like, I took it off the tab. You'll start to see your tabs decrease. Oh, I bought you an extra drink. Why? Why did they give you an extra drink? Because they know they're going to get it back on the bill, on the tip. So they gave you that knowing that you're going to tip and they're going to get it themselves. They're going to get it in their pocket instead of the restaurant. So there's two different thoughts of people like, man, fuck these people. I don't care. When you are going to be, these people are in your neighborhood. When you re-frequent these places, they're going to roll the fucking red carpet out on you. All right, trust me. Yep. Hey, Mr. Negro. Hi, Mr. Negro. He's back. Dude, even when you don't sit in their section, they'll come over and say hi to you. Hi, Mr. Negro. You're back again. Good to see you. They'll remember your monkey ass. They'll rush you drinks. They'll give you extra drinks. They'll give you drinks with extra alcohol in it. All right, so even when the waitresses or whoever they are, you don't even sit in their section. They'd be like, hey, you didn't ask for me. I was here. Remember last time I served you? You should have asked for me to sit in that. So there's two different thoughts. Depending on how you are, if you're a cheapo and you think, it doesn't matter and it's their fault that they chose the job, you could go that way. But if you are in the boss up mindset,
boss up, nigga.
if you're in the boss up mindset, if you're going to refrequent these places, trust me, it's going to be better to tip them. They will know your motherfucking name when you walk in. They'll protect you. They'll be like, welcome back, Mr. Negro. He said, my bartender had a heavy pour too. He used to have me wasted after 3 drinks. Yep, they'll have a heavy pour. They'll give you extra alcohol in the drink. They won't water it down. They won't put extra ice in your shit. All right, anyway, don't be a cheapo. I'm a person that says, I'd rather work and don't be a cheapo as opposed to being a cheapo and bragging about it. But hey, there's 2 different types of people here. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got this guy right here, How the Male Brain Works. Looks like it's from a television show about a married couple that I think the wife brings. Well, we'll hear the video here. It looks like Key and Peele.
So tonight, on our anniversary, I'm going to give you something you've been wanting for a long time. And I know we can't afford it, but I've been saving up too, so don't ask any questions. Just enjoy it. Allison!
Happy anniversary, Jerry.
Pam? Isn't she great? I want this night to be a night that you remember forever.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, it's great. Wow, I'm gonna love this. Okay, come here. Oh my God. Wow, honey, I've been dreaming about this for so long. All right, well.
What are you doing? Jerry, this is the babysitter.
What? Babysitter?
Yeah, babysitter. I hired a sitter so you and I could go to a hotel tonight.
Oh, the humanity. Okay, all right. So, yeah, the wife, women are funny like this. They won't tell you the whole thing. I mean, obviously, this actually happened to me. Okay, this actually happened to me. All right, and I got in trouble when I was married. I came back, and this young blonde woman was standing next to my wife, and I was like, "Oh, you brought me someone," and I was like shaking her hand, and I was like, "Wow." All right, I've been waiting for you to bring me some young punani. She was upset. She was like, "It's the babysitter." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Oh, the humanity.
That exact damn thing happened to me. That exact thing happened to me, and I thought that was funny as hell. I was like, "Oh man, my wife looking out for me, huh?" All right, but yeah, my wife at the time never forgot that. All right, she always brought that up. All right, but yeah, man, when you're married, you desperate and shit.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
When you married, you desperate. But he didn't read the room, and he let his thirst and his horniness and his lack of marital sex get the best of him right here.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, I was excited. I was like, woo, wait.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
All right, I was like, how old are you, young lady? Do you like candy? All right, but anyway. And she was legal age too. But anyway, we got this woman that says we need to start charging men $1,000 deposit to date in the United States of America. Gentlemen, the dating marketplace, I told you, even though you are going to disagree with this woman, and I do too, because it's ridiculous, but I told you that you're going to get priced out. The mentality of these people are going completely monetized.
So ladies, I'm sitting in my car and I done came up with an idea. You know how you go get your hair done, but before you get your hair done, you have to put down a deposit. Before you get your lashes done, you have to put down a deposit. Before you get your nails done, you have to put down a deposit, right? And if you don't show up, you do not get that deposit back. So I done came up with an idea. We should start charging these men deposit to date us. Like, we should start charging them a fee to date us.
Now, I agree with it. Let's charge and price these Negroes out, but $1,000, this is egregious.
Like a 30-day trial, you pay like $1,000 to date us. So, and if they don't do right by us within them 30 days, we keep the money.
I done came up with an idea. I'm fitting to charge these men, all right? And if they don't do it, we don't gonna keep the deposit, all right? This Bama-ass woman right here, she look all cracked out. This woman is 10%, she's 40% uglier without her wig and her lashes on. Possibly like Daffy Duck with the bill turned backwards, but, you know. All right, somebody didn't took the steam off of my joke. But, yeah. I mean, why would I just not go to the massage parlor? Why don't I go directly to the poon? Why am I going $1,000? All right, this is insanity, man.
I'm just saying, like, I think we should start charging men to date us.
I think we should start charging men to date us. Well, ladies, I'm going to tell you, this ain't a bad idea. $1,000, though, I mean, they're getting out of hand. You're telling me you're broke. It should be $1,000. I mean, come on, bro, for a fine-ass flatback. I mean, you know what you can get at the JUCO for $1,000? But she wants $1,000 to date. $1,000 to date. I mean, this is crazy. But she done came up with the idea.
I'm talking about I'm talking about single women. I think we should start charging them.
Single women? Wait a minute. Who else are you going to date? Married women? Like, what are we talking about? I think we should start charging them for poon. She's been selling poon already, so she already used to being monetized.
I think we should start charging men to date us. So, you know, we would get something out of the deal. Like, because if you charging them to date you, they're going to do right. And if they want to date you, they're going to pay. So, yeah, I just think we should start charging. You can't go wrong.
They just think men just have just money growing on trees that we could just throw at them. You know what I mean? They just think men just got extra money. What about men 21 to 32? I mean, they don't have $1,000. I mean, I'm just saying they're going to get priced out. That's number one. Number two, the idea of $1,000 is ridiculous. But of course, in her world, in her brain, that's what it is. And of course, what's going to prevent them from doing multiple dates? What's the incentive? You're just going to date me and date another guy and another guy and another guy. Doesn't put me ahead if everybody's paying $1,000. All right, we got this one right here. It says when she's 20 versus when she's 40.
Just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We don't need y'all.
20 years later.
Man, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings, and most importantly, we need you.
Oh, no. It happens. What happened? All right, 20 years is a wonderful time, man. One day, you don't need us, and the next day, you need $1,000 for a date. I mean, I'm telling you, man, these people do not like you. That's why they always calling you hate women. They really hate men. I'm telling you. They don't like men at all. This is crazy.
And most importantly, we need you.
Oh, you need us.
And most importantly, we need you.
Of course.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying. Get out of here for real. I'm saying get out of here.
All right, what's the point of this right here? All right, let's hear it again here for the women in the back here. It starts off like this.
Just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We don't need y'all.
20 years later.
Man, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings, and most importantly, we need you.
Oh, Jesus. It happens just like that. It happens just like that, brothers. I'm in my 40s, and trust me, that's exactly what I experienced. I'd be like, whoa. All right, and these are the women you're supposed to date. You know, you're not supposed to be dating 19, 20, and 24-year-olds. 22-year-olds. You're not supposed to be dating that. All right, we got how many more on this one? This is a long one. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, the Happy Wife, Happy Life edition, the Suburban edition. All right, we got the white folks in here.
Where the white women at?
All right, we got the white folks in here with the traditional mom who makes lunches and all of that stuff. And we got the, what do you call it? The facade, the facade, the mowed lawns, the landscaping, the edge, driveway, the trim, and the yes. And look at this. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater, actual footage of our mornings trying to get the kids to school. All right, take it from here.
Tate.
The suburbs.
Drop my wallet.
Oh, no.
Silence.
Oh, the humanity.
What? Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh. Jeez Louise. That definitely is the suburbs right here. All right, shout out to the wife. All right, and look at the soggy wife that he has. This is definitely a Millie Mouth Muskrat wife right there that pumped out 3 or 4 babies. Oh, you know, it's not great in the suburbs either. This is a headache, man. Look at these. Yeah. This is the people who watch me and they cannot understand CGA. They're like, what is this dude talking about? This is their everyday life on repeat. Wow, this is a mess. All right, and what is going on? The wife done tripped, stumbled and fumbled. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Plain Jane Becky on the way. All right, Plain Jane Becky. Oh, face first. Now take a look at that. Ass pancakes up in the air. And she titty and face first. Now he's going to be accused of being abusive, all right? Because everybody, I'm telling you, she got road rash on that. Look at how hard. Look at how hard she fell, bruh. I mean, you can't fall harder than that. Just tripped over the line, bruh. Like, wow. Here comes soggy, Plain Jane Becky. All right. Wow. Look at that. No, she couldn't break the fall at all with her arms. Hold up for a second. She couldn't break that fall at all. I mean, you couldn't break that fall. Them weak-ass arms couldn't even. Man, she needs a personal trainer. Ooh, them yoga pants all fucked up. All right. Now take a look at this. It gets worse. This nigga get out the car with kids in tow. She done scraped her leg. Look at her. Happy wife, happy life, ass ninja. And there goes the car. This nigga turned into Fred Flintstone. Oh, no. How you gonna stop that goofy-ass mommy van? Oh, my goodness. And they almost took out another car full of people. Oh, marriage. Okay.
I'm not happy.
Isn't marriage wonderful? White folks, y'all need to get some athleticism. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Yeah, that was head over heels. That was head over heels. Goodness. All right, what a disgrace. Rosie says money talks, bullshit walks. Generate income to have the outcome that you desire. When that shit, he says, when the shit sinks into a man's brain and the soul, and then the world opens up. All right. He says normie dating has been dead since 2008 when Instagram was sold the fake book. He says, hope men realize women just want money, not love. They're in it for the money. All right. It is. But guys are trying to hope that it's not going to happen like that. It's got to be bigger than that. I want a real one, at least that pays half-ass niggas. Blue Baggett says all men are Ike Turner and all sex is grape. Protect your neck. Free agent lifestyle and free agent lifestyle for life. Blue Baggins, but I thought Fresh said he wanted her soul. He says, who are you? See God Allah for the win again. The CGA philosophy, you guys can't stop it. All right, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Carter says, Coach, the other day describing cologne, spicy. He says KS would have been trolling after that. This 30 days of IRL is motivating. Keep it up. Let's grind and boss up, gang, out here. Stay bossing up every single day. Spicy. Shout out to our brother Dominicano Cono. I can't even pronounce that. Coach, you hit the nail on the head with that tip. He says, I go to this Dunkin', leave a tip, and they hook me up with free food and drinks. I proudly stick to the white neighborhoods during DoorDash to get more tips. All right, shout out to you.
Better boss up, nigga.
DoorDashing around the suburbs. All right, he's like, fuck that, bro. He's like, I'm going to get more tips. White folks do tip. They do believe in tipping culture, mostly because they've worked a job like this. I mean, if you've never worked a job where you're dependent on tips, you don't realize how important tips are. Okay, you're like, hey, I need these tips. Now, I've never worked a job. I don't think I've ever worked a job where I got tips. All right, so, yeah. Shout out to Everett Walker says valet money. All right, CGA broke out here.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke?
H Everyday says CGA old broke ass ninja valet a Nissan next time.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke?
Shout out to Jeff the producer says CGA done told y'all. I done told y'all. Everything that I say becomes true. Also, if you drive a nice car, if you drive a nice car and you don't tip when you go to the valet, I know you don't care, but they're going to talk plenty of shit about you. They're going to talk so much shit about you because I would do the same thing. If somebody pulls up in some nice ass shit and they don't tip me, believe you, man, I'm going to put some bad juju on your ass. Pause. It's gonna be a damn shame. But man, I'm gonna say, I believe in tipping. I've seen great things happen from tipping. Okay. I've seen great things happen when you tip. I've seen shitty things happen when you don't tip. When you don't tip, I've seen shitty things happen to you, man. Money karma is real. Treat money the way you want money to treat you. He says they're gonna race your car and key it. Yep. I mean, dude, they're going to park it next to things and have people open the doors on it. You better hope. All right, that they take care of you. But I park my car on top, all right, for the valet people. Park my shit up top. And one of the main reasons is I want to see my shit when I walk out. Somebody said I Uber eat in the suburbs too. So Ninjas is Uber eating in the suburbs. This is why you can't have good things, man. Why you can't have good things. He said they're going to be a nail in your tire. Damn, they telling you they're going to be a nail in your tire. That's cold, bro. Look, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. People don't realize this. Like, dude, like when you have bad shit happen to you and you be like, damn, how did that happen? And it could have been $5 to save you from getting a nail in your tire. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. So look, my best advice for you cheap ass tippers. Always, if you're going to cheap tip, make sure you don't go back to that place. These are crazy, man. These people, man, I'm telling you, they're going to spit in your food. Like typically black women do this, where they go out and right at the beginning, they feel like the waitress is not doing their job, right? And they're like, the waitress ain't doing her job. She ain't doing this. And they give them attitude right at the beginning. I'm like, Dude, do not give the waitress any attitude because I don't know what the fuck they're going to do when they walk back there and they're going to talk to Hector. They're going to drop the goddamn English muffin on the ground back on that nasty ass floor. Do not talk shit to the waitress. And I mean, especially early. If you're going to talk shit to the waitress, make it when we leaving. Do not do it while we're trying to get drinks and settled and trying to get, pick out shit on the menu. Do not get attitude right then and there. That is when you about to get fucked over. Okay, do not do it. People, I don't understand why people don't see that. I'm like, these people are not dogs. You're talking to that person like they're a dog. These people are human beings. They're going to do all kind of goofy ass shit on you, bro. Never talk to them people. When food is involved, I don't want to say nothing to the person that's going to trigger them. You don't know what they're going through. You want to be as kind as possible to these people, especially, unfortunately, black people. We got to be better at this because they already think low of us when we are coming in there, right? It's subconscious. It's internalized racism, if you will. So they already think shit of you already. They already think you're not going to tip. But you better treat these people so well because they have so much control over you and you wouldn't even know it. You at home and you didn't ate boogers. You didn't ate 5 boogers and they at home laughing and sniggling. Man, please, no way. Fuck that. And these are not people that, like, a lot of these people don't go home to wealth. They go home where they're struggling. They're counting money and tips. They're like, shit, I need $62 in tips to make it. They took buses and Ubers home. I mean, These people are not in a good position financially always. So you don't know what they're going through to trigger them. So I'm always as nice as possible. And I try not to eat at low-level food restaurants. All right, when I see it, and I'm a classist. So when I see low-level food spots, I'll be like, fuck that. I ain't eating there, bruh. I once did that one time. I was super duper hungry, and I was like, let me go to Taco Bell. And I went up in there, bruh, and I was like, I'm not going to go through the drive-thru. I went inside of that Taco Bell, and I looked around, and I got disgusted. I was like, I'm out of here. I started looking at what the customers look like, what the employees look like. I started looking in the back where the kitchen area was. I started looking at mops and buckets and shit. I was like, and I started looking at the employees and what they look like. I was like, I'm out of here. Last time I ate at Taco Bell, I was like, no fucking way, bro. I ain't ever eating here again. Another one, stick around a restaurant. Go to a nice restaurant or a decent restaurant. Just go outside, wait in the parking lot. Go to the area where the employees step out to smoke and watch. Just sit there. They're all hot, happy, and chipper and jipper. All right, when they out there serving you, when they go take their 15-minute smoke break, they be outside. They be outside. Contemplating life. Spitting. Picking in their nose. Smoking. Digging in their booty. I'm like, this is your waitress. That's your waiter and your waitress. The food cook, the chef guy, the Mexican chef, go outside. Sitting in the SA squat pose. All right. Just sitting there contemplating life. I'm like, that's the guy fixing your food out there. Hocking a loogie right on the ground. With face full of tattooed tears. This the nigga right here. Right? Jesus. I'm like, no fucking way, bruh. All right, that's who fixing my food? Oh, bruh. I'm doing something wrong. All right, yep. Taking a break by the dumpster, just leaning on the trash can, smoking. I'm like, bro, I'm going to make my own food at home. I'm making my own food. I cannot trust these people. All right, let's get back to it. Caitlin says, husbands truly get the worst. I think it's time we nominate Cassie's husband as a 2025 Simp of the Year candidate. He says, who's in the lead right now? Coach, him, or Ari Spears, or Anthony Edwards? All right, we're going to have to put that list together. It's still early, but yes, make sure we remember these people. Make sure we remember these people in remembrance of you. Shout out to Caitlin Ferguson this week. Okay, shout out to H Everyday says, the reason they hold a deposit on women is because the women flake on appointments. They're late and they're loud and they bring other people who don't spend money and take up space. Men pay up front for the service that we want, and that's a fact. So you're making a great point. The reason why women get charged deposits is because they cancel, they flake, and yes, they bring other people that just take up a chair that could be used for a manicure or a pedicure, and they be up there laughing and loud. Like, some people do not respect service workers at all. All right, I give them mad respect. Namely because when I was a fitness trainer, I learned a lot that when people like you, they'll take care of you. Okay, but when people don't like you, they won't take care of you. And I think for the most part, people need to learn that lesson for sure. Big Joker says, and this is a long ass tweet, men need to understand that there's one word in English language a female can use that sways any jury, and that word is love. She can get on the stand with tears and say, I skitty pop him because I was in love. I shanked him. Okay. And it says right here, she'll get a slap on the wrist, let a man get on the stand and says, I broke her window because I was in love. They still put him up under the jail. Cassie blaming her behavior on how much she loved Diddy should be a case study in female accountability and manipulation. Yes, indeed. And so we're going to talk about that. You're going to hear that a lot in her statement, is that she's going to play the inexperienced romantic. Okay, even with Diddy, which is weird to me. It's a weird thing she's going to play, but we'll talk about that later. And Wheelant says, women and no responsibility? Surely not. He says, good luck on Twitch, coach. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for there. And we're doing numbers over there, brothers. We're doing numbers. We're doing numbers over there for the people and the haters that was like, yo, man, you ain't going to do nothing. You're going to fail over there. All right. Let me show you something. Shout out to everybody and the supporters. This Twitch video got almost 10K views on Twitch. Watch this. Let me see something right here. Hold on for a second. I put the wrong thing up here. I'm going to show you this real quick. On YouTube, this is how fickle, platforms are and how difficult they are. I put a video out, and that video, where's the video at? On YouTube, 3.8K views. Now, it's an old video, but it's on a channel with 240,000 subscribers. I haven't been active on the channel, but I haven't been active on Twitch either. But take a look at the numbers. This is how fickle it is. This is how demonetization hurts you negatively. 17 hours ago, I put a video out. Before I did the Twitch stream, same time frame, look at the difference. Look at the difference in people watching. Look at how the difference of how they wait a minute, why is it doing this? Look at the difference. I mean, you can't sit here and wonder why I make moves, right? It's just basically like different traction, different content, take an audience, give them something different. And it is insane. And this channel is got 240,000 plus subscribers and demonetized. No traction. No traction. So why do I keep throwing back? I mean, those channels are dead. I mean, I'm pretty much dead over here too. But I keep it alive by doing a good, consistent show. The only reason I'm good over here is because I'm consistent, right? The minute I stop doing this live streams over here, this channel will die. It'll be completely dead. And so we keep this audience. And it's always the same number. Look at the number. It's always the same. Now, every now and then it'll go past 3,000 and 3.5. But every time I look at that live stream number, it's right at the same peak. It's right here. So I know there's going to be 2,300 people in, no matter what. No matter what. So anyway, it's just a case study of what goes on here. When you're demonetized, you're dead. All right, let's see here. Do I have some other people that I need to acknowledge? Sure I do. Why not?
Acknowledge me.
Yeah. The minute you can't depend on me showing up over here, this channel will die a miserable death. It will be a burial. All right, what are we doing here? We got Crime and Law CGA. Okay, here we go. There was just a Cash App that came in. Crime and Law CGA. All right, we have Amazon. Anybody in here work for Amazon? Apparently on Mammy's Day, an Amazon worker, well, I guess they couldn't find a bathroom.
A delivery driver is caught on camera relieving herself in front of customers' homes just moments after dropping off their packages. Disgusted homeowners in Woodland Hills awoke to find the mess right on their doorstep.
And the surveillance footage shows the driver relieving herself not once, but twice, just minutes apart. The delivery driver has already been relieved, you might say, from her job, but certainly you can't unsee this.
KTLA's Carlos Cesado is live in Woodland Hills with more. Quite a story tonight, Carlos.
Yeah, Karine, we've heard the saying, when you gotta go, you just simply have to go. But this takes it to a whole nother level. An Amazon delivery driver leaves a nasty surprise on this Mother's Day, and she was caught in the act twice. A delivery driver for Amazon can't seem to hold it in.
Nasty.
On more than one occasion.
Oh.
A woman is seen about to leave an Amazon package at this Porch off Yano Drive in Woodland Hills around 5:30 Mother's Day morning. But she also leaves a smelly surprise. She relieves herself, does number 1 and number 2 before pulling up her shorts and walks away. The homeowners were expecting a Mother's Day gift.
When I woke up, my husband said he was going to bring me some coffee and a pastry. He went downstairs and was greeted by not only one package, but a second inappropriate, disgusting package, which was essentially like human feces and looked to be urination.
And there it is right there. Oh my goodness, man. Look at this right here. What is and there's the dookie and the pee-pee right there, right on the stairs. Like right there in the open, boy. And she didn't even wipe. She walking around with that fudge in her And I was just talking about service workers. They nasty, bruh. You know, they not always the cleanest people. You didn't even wipe? You pulled your panties and your pants shorts up? Oh, my goodness.
Doy and her family could not believe.
Oh, my goodness. This is crazy stuff. This is crazy-ass work out here. These women.
Their eyes after watching the footage from their surveillance cameras.
You can see the mess that she left. So I was really disgusted. It was a horrible experience. And my husband, unfortunately, had to pick it up on Mother's Day.
She was not done. On another delivery later that morning, the worker is seen urinating on the front property of a different Woodland Hills home. She pulls down her shorts, does her business, and takes off like nothing ever happened.
I kind of like clutched my pearls a little bit because I'm like, really? A second time? It was kind of like, wow, still not done.
It's unclear why the driver just couldn't wait to find a restroom. The incidents happened 20 minutes apart.
Oh my goodness. And this, look at this, a black man's dream right here. All right, a black man's dream. Let me see. All right, and so, yep, this is why I tell y'all be out here cold approaching these hoes. These are the random women y'all be asking out on dates, starving, brothers. She can't let it go, and she didn't look at the camera, all right, and look at her. She looks Middle Eastern to me. She looks Persian, possibly. Nasty.
The homes less than 1 mile from one another.
That was disgusting, like very disgusting.
Because this is something you guys would never do, right?
No. She probably had Taco Bell before.
Oh my goodness. Possibly had Taco Bell. All right. Something happened there. All right. Southern California. All right. What are we talking about here? The Cassie case, but the Cassie case is coming up later. This has to do with what we're finding out about women and accountability. You know, they're the ones kind of pushing relationships and marriage. They're the ones that really push it. Men do push it to an extent to where they want to possess the woman. But women are always like, I want to be in a monogamous relationship. Okay? But there's a trap. And this place is reporting that a woman, a 26-year-old woman, is suing her ex-husband for wasting her youth.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
It says she met him at 20, married him at 21, and believed every promise that he made about love, kids, and building a future together. Now at 26, after 6 years and a failed marriage, she's suing him for wasting her youth. The case, reported by Bree Avery Zachary, has sparked debate. Can you really sue someone for wasting your time in a relationship? Her lawsuit accuses ex-husband of emotional distress, loss of opportunity, and robbing her of her prime years under false hope. No kids, no home, no legacy, just broken dreams and time she can't get back. Or is this just emotional cost of love when it doesn't last? Now, I'm just telling you guys, this is a common thing that you hear when women have a failed relationship. Okay, and I've been saying this for a long time. You're going to hear that you took her younger years. Okay? You robbed her of her younger years. What'll happen is she'll get married young, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's a divorce, and she'll say she could have been CEO by 32. You put a gap in her resume. You took her younger years. You took her party years. She could have been drinking and smoking and doing lines of coca. She could have been having a party, but you clocked her over the head. You dragged her in the house by her ponytail. You impregnated her 1 or 2 times. You forced a ring on her finger, right? And because she didn't have anything to sue you for, then she sues you for this. So if there's no house to divide up, if there is no big pot of money to split up alimony and child support, if there's not, she's going to feel like she wasted her younger years. So this is the resource they feel like that you took from them. So as you can see here, it says right here, no kids. There's no kids. There's no child support. There's no home. No home to split up. No legacy. Just broken dreams. This is also the marriage will on steroids. So she got divorced when there's no investment phase completed. Where's my marriage will? Okay. So there's no investment phase. Okay. There's no investment phase. All right. So she doesn't have this to split up. So when the bait and switch comes, there's nothing that she can divvy up and fight over. We're going to hear this with DDG. We're going to hear this with Cassie. All right, but you see what's happening here. They're using that, you stole my prime years. I thought women in their prime were not 21 or 26. I thought they were older. By the way, I hope you guys understand that that's AI. The photo is not real, okay? That's not a real photo. You niggas can't figure out AI, brothers, we in trouble. That's not a real photo. All right, so with that being said, lawsuits are the new divorce, said by Coach Greg Adams, CGA. Lawsuits are the new divorce. So in this situation here, because she had nothing to fight over, she's just going to go back and fight over her youth. Well, he stole my years. Now I can't find another possible mate. All right, so that's not a surprise right there. All right, Crime and Law CGA reporting on this case again. It's DDG back with Halle Bailey. Baby mama Halle Bailey, who these young women were young, inspiring young women that were going to grow up and make something positive in life. And unfortunately, one of these women, Halle, had a baby by DDG, internet personality and rapper. All right, but the relationship soon soured when the baby came. And typically, she has postpartum depression. And what she's doing is making him the enemy. I don't think he's a bad dude. I just think she has Strag personality disorder. She has Strag personality disorder. Now, many people have warned him that, yes, you're a girl, nigga, but he didn't want to listen like many other guys. So, hey, listen, don't say you weren't warned. But what happened yesterday, breaking news, Halle Bailey claims DDG attacked her multiple times, gets restraining order. Now, if you don't understand what the restraining order does in a woman that is hell-bent on disrupting custody, the restraining order, which there's a video that has been circulated on district attorneys being educating divorce attorneys on how to use the restraining order to get custody and get houses and property. Okay, so here you go again. This is the same old okie doke. So she's doing the okie doke on DDG and he doesn't see it coming. He's not defending himself. And there's somebody saying he should have negotiated this up front. There is no negotiating this up front. All right, what he needs to do is fight this woman tooth and nail in the court, and he won't. And so he thinks he's gonna be cool with her at some particular point. Sir, it's over. She's a terrorist. She's her bitter enemy. This is war. New world order. This is war. I don't know if you need to wake up, but she about to ruin your whole fucking franchise. Okay, because this dude, he admits that he can't stop streaming based on his lifestyle. So he has to stream every day. He's like, if I don't stream every day, I can't afford this lifestyle. She knows that. So she about to disrupt that shit for you. She about to fuck up your whole bag if you don't figure out how to fight fire with fire. You need to disrupt this shit. But I'm going to tell you, it's really too late because she's already used the silver bullet. She's already used the restraining order. You're fucked. Okay. But yes, you're enemies. You're not friends. You ain't cool. You ain't cool with your baby mama, nigga. She got you at war, and you don't realize it. New world order. Okay, baby mama terrorist syndrome. Halle Bailey said she's had enough of DDG allegedly abusing her. She filed a police report, and now she wants court order protection from the father of the child. This is what TMZ learned in docs filed in Tuesday, Los Angeles. She claims things got physical in January. Holy mackerel. In January. And they broke up in October, and Halle says DDG came over to pick up her son Halo, and she tried to start a conversation with the rapper about the child visitation schedule. That's a lie.
Silence, you fool.
You mean she came out there to yell at him and scream at him? So we got some slight bruising on the arm here. This is the what she's using to use evidence as to say she was abused. I don't know how that happened. You might have jumped in his face. Where's the video? And she was buckling Halo in the car seat when all of a sudden he drop kicked her. All right, it's always that. But she claims DDG grew agitated and repeatedly said, "Get out of my car, beesh." Okay, so Halle said the baby was crying. Of course, that is an emotional. That's bringing in an emotional plea. And she got nervous about DDG leaving with him in such an agitated state. She buttoned her nose and she's doing too much, guys. Custody exchanges between heated couples should not be in person. Okay, they're going to need someone to intervene. They need to go to a police station. They need to go in front of a courthouse. They need to go in front of a school, all right, to do these custody exchanges, because this is classic baby mama terrorism. All right, because she's in the car trying to unbuckle or buckle the kid, and the kid's crying. Oh, the kid's crying. The kid's so scared and fear him. He got the kid crying. Okay. This is classic baby mama terrorism. And it says that's when they allegedly started wrestling, with DDG pulling her hair, slamming her face on his steering wheel, and chipping her tooth. This was supposed to be in January. We're just now hearing this. Is this yesterday or January? Halle said she was in pain and crying. This sounds like just like what Cassie's going to say about Diddy. And although that stopped the fighting, she was still worried about Halo. "I was just worried about the kid. My tooth was chipped, but my mind was on the kid crying." This is baby mama terrorism. So she remained in the car for the ride over to DDG's house, where she told his family what happened. You're in a car with a man you don't like. Y'all tussling. This is a custody exchange. You remain in the car crying and ride over to his house to come up there and say,
"Oh, that's nice.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault."
He obviously told you to get out of the car. You didn't. And you rolled over to his house in a heap, crumpled up in the corner. Like, why do people put themselves in this shit? Once they told her they take care of the baby, she left hysterical and with bruises on her arm. To go along with her chipped tooth, she attached a photo of her alleged injuries in her request for a restraining order. All right, there they were in happy times. "Guys, coach, I want a kid. I want a legacy. All right, I want burning desire. Coach, I want her soul. All right, I want genuine burning desire." There she is. There's her genuine burning desire when shit is good. But of course, she has postpartum depression. I'm not giving her an excuse. This woman's on a baby mama terrorist mission. She has more to say. She also alleges DDG creeped her out in March. It's May, y'all. And here this bitch comes. We got January getting her tooth chipped. And now in March, DDG creeped her out when he showed up at her house, entered without permission, went to her bedroom, and texted a picture of Haley's empty bed to her along with the text, "Now I know what you been on, LOL." Halle said she interrupted the text as DDG is accusing her of having sex with other people. 4 days later, she claimed he really exploded when he came back to the house. Halle told him she and the baby were sick. We covered this one. And she didn't want Halo to leave home. And she claimed that's when he got verbally abusive, smashed her Ring camera, and ran away with Haley's phone. We already covered that one real quick. Now, this is a text message that has surfaced of her of her claiming that something's going on here. All right. And this is where people are saying that she's lying, because it says the final straw for Halle came just last weekend when she was on vacation with Halo and her sister in St. Lucia. She says DDG texted her links to social media posts claiming that she was on the island with singer Brett, and I don't know what his name. But if you look at the text messages, there's something that sticks out that no one can figure out. Even AI was asked, what is the meaning of this? And it could be because she's in another country to where there's a time difference. All right. Or these are fake and photoshopped. I'm apt to believe it might be the time difference, but the time stamping on this one is interesting. It says tomorrow. New world order. You mean from the future? There were text messages sent to this woman from the future. New world order. And people are using this as evidence that possibly Halle Bailey is lying about text messages that were sent about links of her being on the beach with DDG. And then there's another link here. As you can see it, it says Sunday at 2:55. That is interesting. All right. How do you send links from tomorrow? All right. Jesus. All right. But of course, maybe it's because the time zone. I have no idea why it's like that. But there's a whole bunch of text messages right here. DDG can't see his son because Halle took Halo to go to be with Brent Faiza, whatever his name is, in St. Lucia's right there. So there it is. I don't know who the person is. There's a text message. So it looks like a whole bunch of nothing. All right. But what she's using is the okie doke. She's using the criminal complaint to be able to get an advantage to get custody over DDG. The only thing he can do at this particular point, since you're late to the game, I told you, DDG, you should have took her to court. Okay. You should have took her to court after this. Not the vacation one, but the one where she said you can't see the child or you can't take the child with you because he's sick. She's obviously, they were sick. She claims she was sick. But when you didn't take her to court right then and there, which you said you didn't want to because you want the relationship between you and her to be cool, you found out the hard way that she don't want to be cool with you. She wants to remove you from the relationship. She wants to remove you from this child. And according to the restraining order, watch this. Halle granted the restraining order after accusing DDG of being abusive. And it says, rapper required to stop posting and streaming about her and the child. So what she has is rabbit ears. I don't think DDG is really doing a lot of content about Halle and the child. Maybe he's responding to people that are in the chat. But he doesn't, in my opinion, I might be wrong. I don't watch him. I don't think he's making content directly towards them. But what she's trying to do is fuck his whole program up, meaning that I'm going to mess up your custody. And not only that, I'm going to make the court aware of your streaming and talking about the child and her. So anything negative you say going forward is going to be used against you. They're going to clip it. They're going to have that shit ready to go and package it up. And they're going to take it in back to court in 6 months. And your ass going to be having less custody. Okay. But DDG is pretty much like, he's basically going to be passive aggressive. Well, he ain't even going to be passive aggressive. He's completely passive and dismissive of this. He's hoping this just goes away if he just, tries to make nice with this woman. But this woman is done with you, sir. You'll be lucky to see your kid going forward. All right. At this point. And this kid is barely even 2 years old. So you're pretty much cooked in this relationship. But the thing you can do is have more kids. I'm not telling you to do so to be able to get, you really want to piss her off? Have other kids. All right. That's what you're going to piss her the fuck off. And then she will really take the kid away from you. But you're already going to be victimized in this situation. She already has a leg up with the restraining order. I'm sorry. Here's some advice for men if you're in this situation. You want to avoid all contact with the baby mama terrorist. This is why I had all of my custody done at the school or at their summer camp or at their daycare. The only exception was when the kids were being dropped off when there wasn't school. What I did then is I lived in a gated community, and I had them kids dropped off outside the gate. I did not let her inside the gate. You got to be dropped off outside the gate so that when the kids are dropped off, they can open the gate and enter the gate, and I'll be standing on the other side of the gate. Okay? I always kept my distance. If we were close to each other, nothing more than a hi. That's it. No conversations. No, we can't talk. We can no longer talk if this person is hell-bent on being a baby mama terrorist, because what they're looking for is any reason to put a restraining order on you. Any reason. And they'll confront you too. They'll create the scenario. They'll call the cops to the scene, and they'll try to get that police report and turn it in. So if you're in this situation, on custody exchanges at schools, police departments, or in front of the courthouse, period. Avoid all confrontation. Only conversation that happens is about the kids, and the only conversations that happen about the kids in person are emergencies. Is this an emergency? Well, we can't talk right now. Even then, only talk when you have a witness. Everything else in writing. And then you can go over to your little talking parent wizard and go on there. Anything you need to say to me, say it on there so we have it in writing. Okay? Other than that, we don't have shit to talk about. Now, people are like, that's not a healthy relationship. Yeah, fuck that. Okay? What I'm not going to let her do is put a restraining order on me. No text messages, nothing. Okay? Because text messages, why don't you text message? Number one, and I'm going to do this. This is a master class. The reason why you don't text message is this right here. They're waiting for you to make a mistake. They're waiting for you to make a mistake so they can screenshot that shit. So I don't text message either. No text messages, no phone calls. All right, I had my ex-wife on no contact. No contact. You put it on the parenting wizard. Why? The parenting wizard can be submitted directly to the court. A talking parent can be submitted directly to the court. They have that there to communicate. Text messages can be distorted, taken out of context, and whatever. I have my ex on no contact. Only through the talking parent. No emails, no hotmails, no nothing. Only the talking parent wizard. All right, that's how I lit it. That's how I set it up. Just to prevent her from any of this bullshit. Okay, when we saw each other at our kids' performance, she sat here, I sat all the way across the other side of the room. There was going to be no talk. Hey, did you get that? Put it in the pairing wizard. The last one. The reason why you don't want to text is because it doesn't give you time to decompress. Okay? All right, it doesn't give you time to decompress. What you want is time between messages. So I always told my ex, and we had a rule: if you send me a message, don't expect a response for up to 48 hours. 48 hours. So that prevents you from, soon as you get the message, to jump on there and then respond back. See, text messages and phones and voicemails, typically people can't hold it in. You got to respond immediately. You got to be like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get this bitch. So you get the text and you get that, that feeling where you have that text alert and you have that, you got 5 text messages, and then you got 5 back-to-back text messages, and you like boom, boom, boom. For me, I always wanted to be able to have a buffer in between that. So I didn't have many notifications that I got a message from my ex. I would have to go onto my email, and then I would have to see that there was a message. And she would have to understand that I gave her, she shouldn't expect a response for 48 hours, 2 days. So that prevents this back and forth going on. That prevents the back and forth. That prevents her from triggering me and expecting me to respond immediately. Okay, so the only time I saw that there was a message is if I go on my email and log into the motherfucking email. Oh, she messaged me. Okay, all right, 48 hours. Now Now I can take a breath. I can woo-saw. I can put my, I can take my time to deliver the response and so forth and so on so that she doesn't get anything to use against me. This is what I'm talking about, what you guys have to do with your situations and your relationships. Because you guys are running out here and then you're getting in these physical contacts and letting her cry in your car and drive over. I would never, bro. I would just stop and call the police, say this bitch tripping, and record immediately. Soon as she start flipping out, get your phone, start recording her. So that at least you have your side of the story. I've only had to record my ex twice or 3 times. I think it was about 3 times where I had to record her ass. All right. And I was like, here she goes, record. All right. And one of them was one of my first videos that went viral. All right. So you got that. You got to put these things in place when you're against your baby mama terrorists. Then you guys think you're going to negotiate with these people? Check this out. There's no negotiating with terrorists. There's no negotiating with terrorists. This woman you're at war with them. She's terrorizing you. She's trying to mess up your legacy and your seed. There's no negotiation. At this point, it's over. And you'll be lucky to see your kid DDG. So take my advice, which you are the type of guy, your ego won't let you take advice from older men giving you advice. Okay, yep. And when you record them, it makes them look crazy as fuck. Right? It never makes them look like they're the victim when you record them, when you're recording them. Record their ass, because if you don't, you'll have nothing to go against right here. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Document, 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 always. And let me just add this. If you are in a court-ordered agreement for custody with your baby mama or baby daddy, and or you're on child support or on and off child support, or there's a threat of child support, you are not cool with your baby mama. You're not cool with her. Okay? That's not your friend. That's not your friend. That is somebody that has sued you. You have a lawsuit against that person. They have filed suit against you. That is your bitter enemy. Unless you have someone else suing you, I just imagine, think of someone that will sue you for something. Are they your friend even though they're suing you? The answer is no. But you have literally a lawsuit against this person. That is your bitter enemy. You're not cool with them. She's not cool with you. If she faked like she cool with you after she done sued you, you the fucking idiot. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy as hell if you think that's your friend and homie and they done file suit against your monkey ass. Unless you've done something against them. That's a whole nother thing. If you beat them up and you legitimately abuse them and abuse the child, well, then that's different. But that is not your fucking friend. You do not negotiate with them without a mediator, someone, a judge, an attorney. You don't say shit to that person. You owe them nothing, bruh. All right, so understand that. That's your ops for the younger people. That's your ops. Don't say shit to that person. You owe. How's life going? Zip your lip. Okay?
Silence, you fool.
How's your business going? No info. Don't give them no personal info. Don't tell them who you dating. Don't tell them where you going. Don't tell them how much money you make. Don't tell them you got a raise. Don't tell them motherfuckers nothing. The only thing you talk about is those children. That's the only conversation you need to have. Children, okay, the child is sick. Okay, did you give them medicine? No. Okay, I'll take care of the rest. End of motherfucking discussion. That's it.
Silence, you fool.
Yo, let's get to this one right here. It's an evil world we live in, and then the main event. We're going to do it. We're cooking with hot fish grease. We are doing well. Okay, we're going to do this. It's an evil world we live in. I'm going to ask you something here. Is being handsome a curse? You know what? Should we do this one? Because I got another story that's even more follow-up on this one here. Let's do this one. We'll do this one. Then we'll come back.
It's an evil world we live in.
Trey Taylor saying this. Block her on all of your social media. Block her phone number on your iPhone. Okay? Block her on all your social media. And not only her, all of her family. Block all of her family on your social media. Do not let her cousins follow you. Do not let her uncles follow you. Do not let her aunts follow you. Do not let her brother's kids follow you. Block that motherfucking family, the whole family. Because one of the family members is the mole. One of the family members is the ops. And I had to start because I had family members. We were divorced and I had family members following me still. And them motherfuckers is in my comment section talking shit. I said, whoa. I had to block the entire damn family. Even family members that I was cool with, I had to let them know, hey, y'all got to be blocked. All right. Friends too, block all of their ass. Now for me, because I became, infamous later, people started to follow me and I was not aware. So I think her family members, some of them do follow me on social media now. All right. And they looking at that fucking lottery ticket she burnt the fuck up. And much of the family members, the reason why she burnt that lottery ticket up is because the family members stuck their nose into it. So now they follow me because I can't really keep track of who follows me. But if you have a small group of people and you're not infamous or notorious, block all them motherfuckers. Co-workers, friends, families, block all of their asses. All right, so anyway. Shout out to Trey Taylor for letting us and reminding me. We're at war. New world order. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
A woman goes feral for saying this, and we're going to play the video. There is music, so we're not going to do it and play the music. But she's clapping. As you can see, it's a chocolatey sister right there. She's really goofy. Her name is Aaliyah. For you guys that want to get married, listen to this. It says, clapping for myself for choosing to leave my 10-year marriage because the unknown seems better than settling out of familiarity, safety, and comfortability. Send it. Brothers, marriage, listen, y'all want a legacy in marriage? This is 10 years in, and oddly enough, 10 years. All right, what do I tell you? The 10 years of one day in California. Brothers, I'm going to say this again. Clapping for myself for choosing to leave my 10-year marriage because the unknown seems better than settling out of familiarity, safety, and comfortability. Brothers. Woof.
It's an evil world we live in.
Most marriages today ain't gonna make it past 8 years, 7 years tops. All right, 7-year itch. Just really be prepared and have an exit plan when you get married because the divorce is planned before the wedding. Now, she did not get very favorable feedback from this video, but of course she had a support system that encouraged her to do this. And she said the unknown is better than the boring life, the suburban life. Where's the suburban white folks at? Okay. The unknown is better than this. Okay. Let me blow this up. Everything that you work for. Okay. All that marriage will shit. She got through the connection phase, the investment phase. Now she's at the bait and switch. And she said, send it. Okay. This is what y'all dealing with out here for you burning desire ass niggas. And this is what you're rolling the dice against. This is what Coach Paul Pierce is talking about in his legendary, great informative streams about marriage and divorce. This is what you get with Sistas, but she looks like a sister that married a white guy, so I don't care. But she then had to come back and clean it up, all right, because she was getting roasted. And this woman, she has a last name, like a Middle Eastern last name, so I don't know what she is. I can't really tell. She's racially ambiguous. But she came back to clean it up, all right, and because people were roasting her ass, men and women. So let's hear what this flatback chocolate sister, racially ambiguous, Middle Eastern, I can't tell, South African, East African woman has to say about what her original post was. Remember, this is the original post. And let's see what she says to justify her reasons for doing this.
10 years, I'm getting a freaking divorce. You guys want context, I'm going to give you context. I actually asked for a divorce. I'm being dragged. The internet is taking me by my ponytail and dragging me.
She definitely Middle Eastern or East African.
You know when people say, like, you don't know anyone until you live with them? No, you don't know anyone until you have a child with them. Oh, it's all him. I wish I could have had the courage to do it 20 years ago. Now it's too late. We're both in a different time in our lives, and we've grown through different parts of our lives over 10 whole freaking years. And this is what the internet has got so wrong. My needs always felt fulfilled in this marriage. You're selfish because you're putting yourself before your children. Oh, my baby dad's out with his friends and he's not at home. It's a recipe for disaster. I've had enough. I'm tired. I've already done all the hard work. So when you're returning saying, what can I do? Day's done. Why am I covering up my reality? Because this is my reality. I said it, you didn't listen, now it's finished. It really shook me awake and told me, Aaliyah, you've made the right choice. Incredible inconvenience to get a divorce. I don't want anything, I just want peace of mind. Single moms talk about this struggle. And I was like, where's the glow coming from? My divorce? Everyone seems to think that I'm going to regret this. And I can tell you for damn sure right now, I won't. I'm going back to the streets. After 10 years, I'm getting a freaking divorce.
It's an evil world we live in.
She said, I'm going back to the streets.
In these streets.
Brothers, she said it. She said
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
And you guys think we make this up? I mean, everything I tell you about, as you're going to be a statistic, guys, there's a 50% chance to 70% chance in many areas you're going to be on the other side of this shit right here. She said it.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
And there was a lot of jump clips and edits. I can't even keep up with all the stuff she said. She also said she was a married single mother, right? She said things changed when the kids came. DDG, Halle Bailey. All right, I tell you all the time, the kid's going to come is going to change the relationship. She changed. She said 10 years later, we grew apart. And then you think, oh, man, coach, man, you making this up. Not my girl, DDG. Not my girl. Yes, your fucking girl. She wants to go back to the streets. This is why she said the unknown. All that deals, Nick. The unknown seems better than familiarity. Man almighty. That's a brutal, rude awakening. Coach Paul Pierce is taking notes right now, doing CGA. Part 2, even his hairline is getting pushed back. That's difficult to swallow for a lot of guys. That's difficult to swallow. And you guys there's nothing the only thing predicting this is just the data. The modern woman is not raised to be wives for long term.
You guys want context, I'm going to give you context. I actually asked for a divorce. I'm being dragged.
Yep, and she don't feel shit.
The internet is taking me by my ponytail and dragging me. You know when people say, like, you don't know anyone until you live with them? No, you don't know anyone until you have a child with them.
That's what I tell you guys. Listen, the marriage wheel is undefeated. The marriage wheel is undefeated. I've been trying to warn you of this right there. You don't know anyone until you have a child with them. DDG. You don't know anyone until you see them in divorce court. You don't know your wife until you see her in divorce court. Then you find out who she really is. Everything that I teach you, bro.
And it's all him. I wish I could have had the courage to do it 20 years ago.
I wish I could have left a long time ago. Look, so what do I tell you? You're married to this woman and you're like, my marriage is good. This is why when married people cape for their marriage, I just sit off to the side like, you don't even know, bro. You have no clue. My marriage is going great. And I'll be like, so you think? That's what you think. A lot of married men thought their marriage was going great. 3 years later, blindsided. Like, huh? And she'll tell you, I didn't even love you for the last 5 years. Michelle Obama, Shaquille O'Neal's wife. All right. And I'm only using celebrities because that's who we know. We don't know normal people. All right. I can't say my neighbor John. So she was already checked out, emotionally divorced for whatever reasons. I don't hear any claims of abuse. The only claims I hear of her is saying he stayed up late with the guys. Okay, that's the only thing I've heard from her related to that. And by the time he came home, there was nothing to help with. So she was already in a pissy mood.
Oh, now it's too late. We're both in a different time in our lives, and we've grown through different parts of our lives.
What do I tell you? Same thing I tell you guys. The woman that you married at 24 will be completely different at 34. You're going to be two different people. So it is going to be harder to maintain it when you grow apart. And it's normal. I don't blame women for that at all. People just grow apart. Are you the same person you were at 24 that you are at 44? No. So it's harder to even keep this going when there's an incentive to just destroy the relationship. Just divorce. Even though there's kids, just divorce. We grew apart. We grew apart. Everything that I teach you.
Over 10 whole freaking years. And this is what the internet has got so wrong.
What?
My needs always felt fulfilled in this marriage. Selfish because you're putting yourself before your children. Oh, my baby dad's out with his friends and he's not at home. It's a recipe for disaster. I've had enough. I'm tired.
I've had enough.
I've already done all the hard work.
What?
So when you're returning saying, what can I do? Day's done. Why am I covering up my reality? Because this is my reality. I said it. You didn't listen. Now it's finished. Really.
All right. So she's saying she gave him the warning shots. He didn't listen or adjust and she's out of there. Yeah.
He shook me awake and told me, Aaliyah, you've made the right choice. Incredible inconvenience to get a divorce. I don't want anything. I just want peace of mind. Single moms talk about this struggle. I was like, where's the glow coming from?
I mean, there's so many jump cuts. It's hard to even keep track of what she's saying. There's just so much. And maybe she tried to fit it into the narrow window of 3 minutes of Instagram. All right, but there you go. I mean, at the end of the day, what she missed out, what she left was the other guy that's in the picture. That's what she left out. Okay, there's another dude somewhere at her gym in her head. All right, the family member in her head telling her you could do better. The guy at her job, wherever. There's some guy somewhere. There's another bull in the ring somewhere. And that guy is thrilling to her. That guy is exciting to her. I don't know where it is. Maybe I can't tell you where the guy is because only she knows. But there's another bull in the ring. And now she feels comfortable monkey branching over to that person. The unknown. Women don't leave for the unknown. They leave for something that is exciting. Okay, the unknown, possible, better relationship. Okay, she says she wants peace of mind. She's already getting viciously piped down. All right, somebody piping that down. Is that evil? Is that evil? It is evil.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, let me do super chats, and then I got, is handsome being a curse? Then the main event. We'll get to it all. This is the best entertainment here on YouTube. CGA was right. CGA was right. I know you don't think I'm right. It ain't going to happen to me, though. All right, CGA, give me hope. Men need hope. There is no hope. There's only boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
There is no hope. We got our brother Big Joker ATL says, Coach, I just got something going on over on PayPal. I never got this before. I think it's because I mentioned Diddy and Cassie. I did see that. I don't know what's going on over there. They'll probably shut me down. I don't know. Blue Baggins, the way black women are dragging DDG shows you why. They are the least desired in America. They just can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. And he also says DDG sounds like DDG made stories like DDG makes me praise Sky Daddy that my baby mama terrorist kicked the bucket years ago. Shout out to you. And you said the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Game over.
Yeah, sometimes one of the baby parents gotta die to make things good. I don't know, man. All right. Shout out to no government name. DW says, Coach got me cackling at work today. Said he thought his ex brought home a calico treat. Then later on the porch, the pooper story, the kid said she probably ate at Taco Bell. Yep.
Oh, the humanity.
This is a great show full of great jokes. Shout out to our brother Udobi says Halle has a video of her chipped tooth from 2022. There are multiple videos of her saying she's toxic and starts fights with her boyfriends. Also, her and her sisters fired their dad as their manager because he wanted to protect their good girl image, but they wanted the streets.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
That reminds me of that Jeannie Mai. Jeannie Mai also has a video of her saying that she was toxic towards her last husband and Jeezy. Then they want to play the victim. This is like Cassie. This is why I cannot put Cassie in the victim. I can't put her in the victim. I don't see it. I'm not an abuser either. I've never been accused of abusive relationships, all right? Other than yelling at women who fuck up, all right? That's not abusive. That's putting their ass in their place. But her chipped tooth is from 2022, allegedly, and she even says she's toxic and starts fights with her boyfriend. She looks toxic to me. She looks like a toxic person to me, all right? But that's just me. You really can't tell. But a lot of these people are toxic, and they're surrounded by toxic individuals. She looks like a toxic woman to me. Okay, but shout out to Udobi. And he also says, she also lost to the court of public opinion when it came to DDG. Men and women always questioned her because the math never added up. She finally won by pulling these false allegations. She knew she could get the women who didn't believe her on her side. So somebody would have to fill me in as to that. How did she lose in the court of public opinion when it came to DDG initially? Maybe they said that he was the wrong guy. I'm not sure. Steven says, Coach, the next book you need to write is how to prepare, cope with, and defeat the family court industrial complex.
New world order.
I decided to never write that book. All right. That's like putting a target on my back. All right. But I've made it easy, pretty much easy for men to understand what you're getting into. Because the family court is not easy to defeat. What you're fighting is the baby mama terrorists. Okay, the baby mama terrorists is what you're fighting. Okay, men ain't gonna read that book because they never, you know what, when men read this book, when they're up shit's creek in the family court. Okay, and by that time, it's too late. Men need to read that book before they get married. All right, before you get married, not when your marriage is going south and you get served a lawsuit. This is why I wrote a book, and it's a free book. I have a free book that says this right here. 52 things men must do before marriage. This is the book, and it's absolutely free on my website, link in the description box. And you've seen this link pass here through the stream elements. Not many people clicked it. All you have to do to download the free book is you got to ratchet down your junk mail security or check your junk mail inbox. Do not email me saying you didn't get the damn email. It's automatic, and I don't ever read it. But you're going to find it by putting your name and email in here and clicking download. You don't even have to put your real name. But you're going to have to put a real email, and you will be on a mailing list. Okay? And don't share your emails. Click that motherfucker right there. Defeating the family court. Defeating the family court is almost impossible for the majority of men. Number one, men are reactive, not proactive. So since men are reactive, what you'll do is you'll wait for all the bullshit. You'll wait for her to do something and you'll react. And number two, men are trying to not, he said, put the link in the chat. Literally, there's a link going around up through stream elements. Okay, so I don't know, brother. The link is in the description box. Now, men also are trying to keep the relationship cool. You're trying to keep her quiet. You're always trying to keep her quiet. It's like putting a top on top of the popcorn thing, all right? But she going crazy. And so every week you're walking on eggshells so she don't trip out. Number three, men don't spend money on attorneys or any information. Rick W. got the whole goddamn lawsuit on how to fight the courts, and y'all won't give them $15. I mean, so men don't spend money to get this information. And men don't prepare for court cases. You don't do research on how to operate a court case. And so you jump into court thinking, I'm going to wait to tell the judge, and you're going to get fucking hammered when you walk in there. And her attorney going to have your head spinning. You guys don't do any research. I've been doing this for damn near a decade, and I realize I know why men lose, because they don't do no goddamn work. They go in here and listen to this shit right when they fucking about to get ass handed to them. And then they go in there and think they're going to do something. And, hey, help save me. Dude, I've had people schedule coaching calls with me about how to help them with their court case. And I'll be like, when is your court case? Tomorrow. Fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. I hope you lose custody of all your goddamn kids. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I got a child support hearing. When? Friday. Fuck out of here. I got nothing to tell you. What should I say? You about to get steamrolled. That's what's about to happen to your goofy ass. You about to get steam motherfucking rolled. All right, good luck. Tell me what happens after the fact. And whatever happens after the fact, you ain't about to change that shit. So it's going to take you. But that's what dudes, this is what guys do. This is why men are losing. I figured it out because I tried to help men for damn near a decade. I know exactly why men are in the position they're in. You guys are fucking idiots when it comes to this. You don't realize how much the game is. You guys think for some reason because you got swinging dick and that you guys are the man and you can beat everybody up. You guys think that's going to work. I could just talk my way out of it. No, you can't. Not this custody shit, not this marriage shit. None of this shit you going to talk yourself out of. I'm going to just go represent myself. Okay, good luck. 90% of y'all about to get steamrolled representing yourself because you're going to do no prep work. You're going to file no paperwork. And, dude, when you go into court, you literally got 10 seconds to say what the fuck you want to say. 10 seconds. And that depends on your city and state. In California, you'll get a full 10 seconds. In the South, you'll get about 3 seconds. You get about 3 seconds to get off your chest what you got to say. Your Honor, as soon as you start talking, Mr. Adams, this is not the proper procedure. I didn't get that filing. Did you fill out form A, B, and C? And you cooked. You cooked. And I don't get it. I don't get why you guys think that people owe you shit out here. I don't owe you shit. The court don't owe you shit. Women don't owe you shit. Nobody owe you shit. You know investing, cheap, cock-sucking motherfuckers. Nobody owes you shit. You got to prepare for this. You guys think this shit is about love. When you go to court, they don't say love one motherfucking time in there. Neither will they say God. God and love don't exist in court. This is why I went viral saying there is no God in marriage. God and love don't exist in the court. Okay? Then when you're prepared, please get ready to get your ass handed to you still. Okay? If you don't go in there and you don't have attorneys, it don't matter if you have an attorney or not. Okay, go in there with no attorney. All right, go in there with no attorney. So this is why men end up losing, is because you think people owe you and you think this system is set up for you where you guys are basically the wallet. And you have to remember this. Everyone in that courtroom is in there because of your wallet. If you didn't have a wallet and you had a fucking wallet as a fucking sexual organ, meaning a taco or a pussy between your legs, you wouldn't be in there. But everybody's in there ready to strip you of your money and dignity. That is the judge, the attorneys, your attorney, her attorney, the court clerk, the bailiff, everybody exists in there to strip you of your custody, of your seed, of your progress, of your love, of all of your, that's why you're there. When you understand that, it will help you prepare. They don't care if you got $30, $100, 100 grand, 1 million. They want that shit. They will put your future earnings on the line. Okay, what are you going to make in the future? We want a chunk of that too. So you can go in there, I'm broke, I ain't got nothing. They're going to take your future fucking earnings. They're going to take your earnings over the next 2 decades and get a cut of it. So what do you want? Do you want to be preemptive? Do you want to prepare, or do you want to react? What I find with men is that they're always, their game is to react to the woman. This is why y'all fucking losing. All right, I'm going to talk to the woman and I'm going to react to her and then I'm going to give her back her. Stop reacting to them. You dictate. Dictate. You dictate what's going to happen. All right. And you draw the line and you be hardcore. I just want you to trust and love me. Nah. Absolutely not. All right, but keep playing this game, brothers. These people, oh, by the way, jail exists for y'all. What is the distribution between men in jail and women? It's got to be 80-20, 70-30. 70-30. Men in jail versus women. What is the percentage? Holy mackerel. It is U.S. federal prison, 93% male. 93% male. That's federal prison. What about jail? I still get in the next. That's the federal. That's the feds. Let's see what the state pen, state prison. State prisons, 7 to 9% women. So still 90%. It's 90% male. So when I say the jails, prisons are for men, it's for men. It's not for women. Y'all think they just gonna throw women in jail for false allegations, paternity fraud, divorce graping? They don't throw women in jail. Failure to pay child support. They don't throw women in jail. They throw your goof ass in jail. Jail is for you. It ain't for women. They ain't gonna start rounding up women and throwing them in jail. And one of the reasons why is that women give birth to children. They're needed to give birth. They're not. This is the same reason they don't go to war, is because they start family trees. They keep family trees going and growing. I know you think you do and you're the prize, but yes, nigga. And they get free labor. They're not going to have women out there on the goddamn chain gang. They're going to have yo goof ass on the chain gang. So, when you guys realize that, you're going to have to realize how to play this game, man, out here.
You better boss up, nigga.
They playing for keeps, and you are the goddamn prey. I don't know what to tell you, man. And free labor. They're not going to have women out here, like ABL says, making big rocks into little rocks. They're going to have men doing it. You slave-ass ninjas. All right, we do have a couple people here that are on the pay pizzle. For shizzle, my nizzle. This is Daniel says, long-time listener. Finally catching up on a live stream on my day off. 39-year-old firefighter, South Florida, making $175K, masculine, building cars. And you have a couple of videos going viral. I can fix my own house. And these women are thirsty for it now. But I always ask, would she have picked me when we were both 23? The answer is nope. He says, now they show up with mileage, acting right, Cassie clones, but you're right. Be living in Miami with the JUCO. I'm being priced out. He says, for what I want, what they want, I can fly to Colombia, enjoy my peace with 5 women, and be back in 48 hours. And that's exactly what I do. Shout out to you. And that's a co-sponsorship. Shout out to you, brothers. Gentlemen, guys, even at 175K priced out, right? You're being priced out at today. Now, will that change later on? We don't know. But yeah, it's big stakes out here. Mark Muhammad, what up, dope coach? Can't stop laughing. You and the 3 boys from the Amazon story both went baseline and dunked on toxic hell Taco Bell. Y'all got these execs like, oh, the humanity. Continued success on Twitch. And we got one more from Mark Muhammad, and I'm going to move on. But thank you for the support today, gentlemen, and the viewership. He says, thank you so much for your further explanation on philosophy yesterday. It inspired me to start writing my own. It feels like it produces a buttoned-up effect on your psyche saying, this is where I stand. I'm going to transcribe for locals what you said. Any further thoughts? Thank you. Shout out to you, man. I'm trying to get men in the winning mindset. I don't know if you guys know, you're here to win. You're here to win. I got to jump into the story here. I know I had some supporters, but we're going to get into the story. We played the It Sounds Like CGA, didn't we? Is handsome a curse? Is being handsome dangerous in America? Here we go.
Hey, you know what's crazy about being like a handsome dude, bro? It's just like when you come across a group of fine females, like they always trying to play hard to get, or they always trying to make it seem like they miss goody two-shoe and all this. Like they give you the boyfriend treatment knowing that, like, knowing they be out here getting crushed. Like what? Like, come on, man. Like, you will give anybody else a chance, any one of these ugly motherfuckers a chance. As soon as I come in the picture, you want to give me the boyfriend treatment at all, act like you celibate or act like you won't be outside and none of that, man. Like, miss me with that shit. Like, I can see right through the bullshit. Like, come on now. That's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't got a lie to kick it with me, baby. I know I look a little intimidating and all that, but you ain't gotta play that part, you feel me? Like, I hate that, bro. I hate when females do that, bro. Hey, you know what's crazy about being like a handsome dude, bro?
All right. Why do when brothers say they handsome, they got to do they waves like this? I got the 360 waves, all right? Yeah, I'm not jealous. All right, but he essentially, this is what I say is a backhanded compliment. This is what guys are saying. The brother from Miami, the firefighter brother. Shout out to the firefighters, where women say, oh, you're handsome. All right, but handsome is not a good sign for men. Okay, it's not a good sign when they say you're handsome. This is a bad sign. This is them saying, they might as well say this.
And that's you.
All right, that's you. So it's typically washed up women that call you handsome. Not always. I do have younger women that call me handsome, but handsome is not Pookie. Handsome is not husband material. It is last-ditch effort husband material.
And that's you.
Okay, but it is not somebody that they typically sexually have high sexual desire for. This is handsome is someone you settle for.
And that's you.
All right, so you're not sexy, you're not hot, you're not fun, you're not, burning desire. Handsome is, I could fuck him and, it could possibly be okay.
And that's you.
All right. It's like calling women cute. Women don't like to hear cute. They want to hear fine. They want to hear sexy. They want to hear gorgeous. That's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear cute. And men don't want to hear handsome and shit. All right. I guess I can. All right. Let me see. All right, you can get in there handsome. They got to spit on their hand and rub it on their pussy to get wet. Like, you know what I mean? Let me get in there. Okay, let me get in there. Okay, it's a little tough. All right, it's ready for you now. It's purring now. Get in there. All right, that's what handsome men get. You got to lick it. You got to lick it wet. It don't come wet. If a woman sexually desires you, her panties already wet before she even take them off. Before she even get to the fucking spot. She thinking about you leaking like. She driving to the spot. She in the Uber like. Boiling. Percolating. She take her panties off. It's already wet. Already wet. That's when you're not handsome. You're not handsome if her panties is wet when she gets there. Right? Panties is wet. Soon as you get in her, she be busting a nut. All right, most of y'all ain't never experienced that type shit. All right, you ain't experiencing that. All right, but most of the time, you gotta, you know what I mean? The wife gotta be like, okay, hurry up. I gotta fold laundry. All right, get in. She gotta spread it. Most of y'all, that's what y'all get. You know what I mean? You just down there trying to get it in, and you just trying to, where's it at? It's all dry, all looking like the Sahara Desert. The hairs on it sticking up, looking like a cactus. All right, maybe if you lick it before you stick it, ass ninja. All right, yeah, she don't like you that very much. You're handsome, though. She can look at your face. She doesn't have to close her eyes when you're stroking her. All right, I don't have to even close my eyes. There it is right there. Being handsome is not, it's a curse. That basically means you're going to pay a lot of money for dates.
And that's you.
People that are handsome, men that are handsome pay a lot of money on dates.
And that's you.
Men that are handsome, the woman's always going to go on a date when she's on her period. All right? She's never available when she's ovulating. She's never available when she out here percolating for Pookie. But when she's on her period, she's going to ask you, can you get together? And then she's not going to tell you she's on her period. You're going to go out and you're going to take her out on a date.
And that's you.
And her goddamn punani going to look like a cactus. All right? It's going to look like a prickly cactus. And then you're going to go down and touch it. And she's going to be like, Aunt Flo came to visit. All right? That's what handsome ninjas get. I'm celibate ass ninjas. I'm telling you.
And that's you.
You're going to go on a lot of dates. And the woman's going to be on her period 9 times out of 10. Okay? Yeah, they never call King 6'8" the Great handsome. Have you ever heard them call 6'8" the Great handsome? Never. They be like, ooh, I'll do you right now. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, that's burning desire. And really only 3 or 4% of men got that. So anyway. Let's see here. If you're handsome, you don't get the choker. You know what I mean? You don't get the choker. Oh, I don't do that anymore. All right. But anyway. What is this right here? We got another guy that's saying the more attractive a guy is, the less women he actually gets. What do you think about this one here? The more attractive a guy is, the less women he actually gets. We talked about this with muscles and cars, and it actually becomes not easier, it's harder. Just depends on how you're looking at it here. Shout out to this guy right here. Let's see what he's saying. Do you agree with this? And do you think he's attractive? He is light-skinned with hazel eyes. So that is a recipe for success for a lot of light-skinned ninjas. The more attractive a guy is, the less women he actually gets.
The more attractive a guy is, the less women he actually pulls. And it sounds crazy, but hear me out. Me, myself, I hear it all the time. Oh, I'm sure your DMs are just flooded with every woman you want to talk to. Or I'm sure you pull every woman you want, this, that, and the third. And a lot of times it's the total opposite. Don't get me wrong. I have my moments. But I'm very introverted and I'm shy by nature. So I really just kind of stay to myself. But also because of my demeanor, I'm 6'4", I'm very big and muscular. So my demeanor can come across as very arrogant and cocky. I've had women come up to me and say, yo, I've noticed you for so long, or I would have talked to you, but personally, I just thought you were very conceited or to yourself, so I didn't bother. And I don't really say anything unless I really know that the vibe is mutual. So sometimes your biggest assets can work against you.
All right, this is going to give me a copyright. Do you guys agree with this? All right, I do have an interesting take on this one before we get to the main event. I do have an interesting take on this one. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. I somewhat agree with this. Not that I have tremendous practical experience with this. I do kind of know what he's talking about. I'm typically going to be rated on this guy, handsome. All right, I'm not really going to be considered attractive. All right, he's 6'4", and he says he's built like a linebacker. He looks like he's in good shape, brawly. Light skin, hazel eyes. He should be okay with women. We would assume he would be Tyrone. All right, but the only reason that I'm going to somewhat agree with him, but you can vote on this one, is, well, number one, when you're an ugly guy, it don't help you. unless you have the crispy mouthpiece. All right, so when you're an ugly guy, you can't relate to what he's saying. All right, you're like, wow, we live the same existence? Impossible. But there's a couple of things. When you see a very attractive woman, do you approach her? Like, say you saw a woman who was a 9 or a 10. All right, in your mind, not a 9 and a 10 in Houston. Do you assume she's single? Do you assume you can get her? You just basically see her and wish and keep it walking. All right, now, that woman is going to say what he's saying. Women like that are very attractive, say, I rarely get approached. Men are intimidated by me. Men think I have all these options. Now, this woman, we might say she's lying, but it typically also works the same when you see a very, very, very attractive woman. You don't typically just be like, you typically be like, oh, man, you can't even get your mouthpiece crispy enough really to open your mouth. You be like, and then all of a sudden she gone. You be like, damn, I missed it. So sometimes it does work the opposite way, that when a woman's very, very attractive, you're just like, oh, man, it's hard to really get your mouthpiece ready to go. So I can see that. Now, there is another thing that women are out here saying that I don't know if it's some sort of propaganda, but there is a video, and it's typically by white women or Asian women. I've seen this video going feral. And the video is women when they see a guy they're attracted to versus women when they're not attracted to a guy. Now, I don't have the video, but what they're doing is when a guy they're attracted to talks to them, they get nervous, right? They get like, don't talk to me, and they run off. They avoid eye contact. But then they say when a man that they see that they're not attracted to, they tend to be more open to the guy. So the guy walks up and say, hey, do you have directions to something? The man they're attracted to, they get tongue-tied. They get dismissive. They keep walking away. They barely have eye contact. Where a guy they're not attracted to asks for directions, they're typically willing to give it. All right, and if everybody's ever seen that video, those videos have been going around, which a lot of people have been calling women out on the video, saying that's bullshit. What we're assuming is if the guy is attractive, they'll be very much open to talk to them. I think what they're doing is try to trick men to approach them, because when they're not interacting and becoming shy, they are avoiding. Oh, shit, that happens to me every day. That happens to me every day. I've actually had women say that to me. Oh, when they're avoiding you, they actually like you. That's hard for men to swallow that one. Pause. All right, that's hard for men to go crazy, because I'm like, shit, well, 90% of women I come across must love me, because they all avoid looking at me. They all run when I start talking to them. If that's the case, I've missed out on a lot of women. The cold approach niggas is right. I've had a lot of women get tongue-tied around me and dismissive and acting like, oh, yeah, here. Shit. All right, shit, I had a lot of women I could have gone and got and slept with, if that's the case. I don't think it's 100% of the case. I think there's some bullshit in there. All right. I think there's some bullshit in there. But this guy says it right now, 58% of people disagree with this guy right here. Shout out to him. What I think is women want guys to just randomly approach. So they're like, here, don't bother me. All right, approach me. You're rejected. All right. Oh, wait a minute.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke?
Yeah.
Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
Yep. They just want some guy to pay. Joshua Moon says ninjas getting cooked and steamrolled out here. Oof. No government name. Oh, it's Roderick Miller from Memphis. He says, man, he says, coach is telling the truth. Listen up. They don't want to listen. Roderick Miller letting you know.
I'm rich, bitch.
Preston says Cassie had the stomach for urine. 100%. Insurance says JUCO is catching on. Thanks. I only enjoy Prime now. You get what you get. Cody Draper, coach, we need more strong men like you, coach. Can you please riff about how authorities are pussies when it comes to women's accountability? Yes. All right. Yes, sir. We're going to talk about that. And we have our brother Almaru Kings. You sent me an email about your day trading coach. Nothing but bossing up going on, running ads, working nonstop on more things. I love your Twitch streams. Quality is a lot better. Shout out to you. And he says, keep slapping these Mitch ass ninjas and bossing up. Much love. Thank you for sending me the email that I requested. You said you had a course and you shared it with our group. And I said, I'm interested in seeing it. Getting some information. And we got another brother from it. Well, let me see if I can say your name. We're going to call you Neville. He says, grand salute, Coach Alini. For some reason, the humanity soundbite has been very effective within the stories you present to provide quality laughter. Your presence and insight is always deeply appreciated. Shout out to you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. The main event. Okay, we're going to give you a take that not a lot of people, they don't have it here, man. Cassie takes the stand in day 2 of the trial with Puff Daddy P. Diddy, and she takes absolutely zero accountability in her actions. Do we need to even go through the story about what happened, gentlemen? Gentlemen and ladies, you guys heard all of the crazy shit we covered yesterday. I'm not even going to talk about it, but does this guy have the stomach? Do you have the stomach? All right, this is Cassie's current husband. He has to sit in there and listen to all of the nasty things that Cassie did in almost 10 years before he met her. Do you have the stomach? Well, he met her actually when P. Diddy and Cassie were together. So this was an opportunity for Cassie to monkey branch and play the victim. He's steaming mad. Do you have the stomach? This is Cassie's current husband and baby daddy. The guy that, was responsible for putting the battery in Cassie's back. Do you have the stomach? And, of course, Cassie is out here playing the victim. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a video from... I lost the video. Give me 1 second here. Where's my assistant at? Where's the video? Oh, this is the video. This is the video. This is a video of the breakdown of day 2. We're going to listen to a sister break down Cassie's testimony. And we're going to see if Cassie takes any accountability for her actions in the situation she's in, which women who are victims of abuse are saying she's obviously showing clear signs of an abuse victim. Now, let me just say this. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy he's not a great human being at all. So I'm not defending anything that he did. I think one of the things that they talked about him doing recently, about him letting men nut in Cassie and then taking said nut to rub on his nipples.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey,
all right. Obviously, this man is a freaky human being. All right. That is way beyond freaky to me. But let's hear the breakdown of the testimony and see what we hear about if Cassie is actually a victim or a volunteer. Fair use to law and crime sidebar with Jesse Weber.
Husband Alex, as well as her brother. I believe her mother was inside that courtroom as well as Cassie's attorney, Doug Wigder. So for the most part, I didn't see her, even when she had exited the courtroom, even looking at the defense's side or anything like that. And so she was there to do what she had needed to do, and that was to testify. To me, I wasn't catching that she was there really for a reunion or any type of sorts. But it's interesting because, according to the defense, the last time Diddy and Cassie were in a room together or in the same vicinity as each other was Kim Porter's memorial back in 2018. That's what the defense said in their opening statement yesterday. And so, this was a moment that I'm sure she had waited for a long time, probably didn't want to be very close to giving birth or anything like that while she's taking the stand. But, it's been a long time since Diddy and Cassie were in the same room with each other, let alone the same vicinity as each other.
Right. So when she started testifying, my understanding, explained that when she first met Sean Combs and began a romantic relationship with him, it was good at first, right? I mean, talk to us about the beginning of the relationship and how she described him, because I think that's important in order to understand the context and also maybe a potential potentially to be used by the prosecution and potential win for the defense.
Yes.
Yeah, so, the questioning was done by Emily Johnson. One of the first few questions that Emily Johnson had asked Cassie was, how old are you? So Cassie is now 38 years old. So I say that just in the context of when she met Diddy. She met Diddy around 2005. That was 20 years ago. The prosecution and even the defense had said that she was just 19 years old when she had met Diddy.
Let me stop right there. So she's just 19. All right, she's just 19. Now, when they say an OnlyFans girl is doing OnlyFans, do they say she's just 19? No. All right, so they're saying they're already setting up, you were just 19-year-old child. All right, let's continue here.
She had said she had signed with Bad Boy in 2006, and she had signed actually a 10-album deal. She said she knew Diddy and remembered him. Well, I say Diddy, but she referred to him as Sean throughout her entire testimony. But she knew who she calls Sean as somebody who was larger than life, but didn't necessarily know too much about him personally. So, the prosecution was asking, when did she release her album? That was in August of 2006. But then, surprisingly, no more albums came after that. Remember, she signed a 10-album deal, yet it was only one album that was released, as well as a mixtape too. But she said, after she had signed with Bad Boy, their relationship was pretty platonic, and this is when we, in the gallery, as well as the jurors too, were shown photos of her and Sean together. Another photo from the 2006 BET Awards with Cassie, Kim Porter, Sean Combs, and then another friend, all just kind of posing together on what looked like to be a red carpet. She was asked about Kim Porter specifically because at this time, Kim Porter and Diddy were still technically in a relationship. They were obviously co-parenting together because they had kids together at this point. And so when asked about Kim Porter, Cassie referred to her as Diddy's or Sean Combs' ex, as well as the mother of his children.
All right, let me stop right there. There's his twins right there. I'm not trying to intentionally pause on the twins, but that's him and Kim Porter's daughters right there. They're going to be of legal age in the next couple of years. But they're saying that she just assumed she was signed at the record label at 19. They did not have a relationship immediately. They were platonic. It was assumed that she assumed that they was a relationship with Kim Porter still on, off and on, the ex. So it wasn't as if he targeted Cassie and they immediately got into a relationship. She signed as an artist. She was an artist for a couple years before they initiated any relationship. And she said, hey, I thought he was just, he was just my boss. He was just my boss. Okay. Let's continue here.
She said, even after signing with Bad Boy and stuff like that, that she had seen Sean a number of times, or a few times at the clubs. They were shown, the jury was shown another photo of a potential witness, that being Carrie Morgan, who was Cassie's best friend around that time frame, Diddy, Cassie, and then another friend on the couch. And this was pretty important. This was from her 21st birthday, and so this was something that was definitely talked about while the prosecution was kind of establishing the foundation between Sean Combs and Cassie. And so during this birthday trip, this weekend, that Diddy had actually kissed her in the bathroom, and that's pretty important because at the time they weren't romantically involved. At this time, Diddy essentially just was an executive at the record label that she had worked at, obviously that being the one he had founded, being Bad Boy Records.
All right, so let's just get this straight. I've heard a lot about her being 19 with Diddy, and I'm pretty sure that that's what people have been going with, but she was not 19. She was 21. Okay, now people might still consider that young, but it seems like Diddy waited from 19 to 21. All right, she was on the record label for a couple years. Let me just get this straight. She's not very good entertainer, all right? She seems to have a voice, but she probably wasn't given a record deal because she can sing, dance, or entertain, all right? She's not a great entertainer. She had a little bit of a push. She's a good-looking young woman, and that's what probably got her much of what she got. Her music can't stand up against anyone, and in fact, if you name 40 R&B singers over the last 20 years, Cassie wouldn't even come up, all right? Nobody can even name a song. Not many people can even name a song Cassie has made. So it sounds like it was not in it intentionally to go after her. Sounds like it was right at that 21st birthday. All right, so let's continue here. So she had time to know. She had plenty of time to know who this nigga was. All right? Plenty of time.
And so she said after he had kissed her, it was actually kind of confusing. She said she was pretty young because, again, at that time, she was just 21 years old.
You hear that? The just 21. Okay, so we got it again. See, which one is it? I'm really confused. Are we just going to keep saying just, child, baby? He was 20 years older than her, roughly 18, just 19, just 21. This was confusing to me. Bitch, you was in a whole relationship with another man, fucking him before that. A music producer, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Leslie. You confused by a kiss at just 21? See, this is the difficulty I have when I hear these cases. These people are in Hollywood, in celebrity, in the entertainment industry. You had a whole adult-ass boyfriend. How old was Ryan Leslie when he was with Cassie? I'm assuming he was older than her. But now it's just 21. The kiss was confusing. Stop. He was 35. She was 21. You're just confused. It ain't like you're 13. All right. If you were 13 or 14, you'd be quite confused and perplexed. Oh my God, what's happening here? This is why I say they don't take accountability. I was just 21 years old and he kissed me in the bathroom. I didn't know what was going to happen. Bruh. Really? Really? Ryan Leslie was banging her out before Diddy kissed her. We know this for a fact. We know this for a fact. Nobody pull up Ryan Leslie's age gap with, what's her name? Cassie. Age gap with Cassie. 6 years. So she was about 19 when she was with Ryan Leslie, up to 21, and he was 26, 27. You're telling me he wasn't banging her out and kissing her before Diddy kissed her in the bathroom and she was confused? Like, stop. Then he kissed me. I think she has a song called Kiss Me. All right, maybe it's about this nigga. Like, wowzers. But of course, this is why I tell you don't want to fight these cases in court. Because maybe the jury hears this and go, wow, this predator, all right, he's all targeting this 21-year-old girl. I mean, jeez Louise, let's continue.
She said she was a new artist who didn't really know the lay of the land. And she said that she was pretty naive around that time. And she said even after the kiss that she had ran out of the bathroom. And so after the two had kissed on her 21st birthday, they had seen each other a couple of times afterwards, and then even went to visit Sean Combs at the Trump Hotel after she was invited by him specifically. She said that, for the most part, Diddy called all the shots of her music career. So when she went over to the hotel, she really thought she was going to be talking about music,
Gentlemen.
Oh, the humanity.
Stop. You've been on the record label for 2 years. You didn't see Diddy lick and suck up you didn't heard the rumors and all that. And for some reason at 21, you at the Trump Hotel getting called up to the room and you thought, maybe we'll talk about my whack ass music career. All right. And why I sold 50 copies. I didn't know what. I was super duper naive. I didn't know anything about the music industry. He was a big, powerful guy. I didn't know what happened. And he kissed me and I ran out of the bathroom. And we're going to go talk up at the hotel room at 3 in the morning after we leave the club. I mean, stop it. This is terrible. I can't even listen to this, man.
Specifically, she said that, for the most part, Diddy called all the shots of her music.
And that is a foldable woman right there. Sheesh. All right, I like them nice, young, petite looking like that. But that's neither here nor there. All right, here we go.
Diddy called all the shots of her music career. So when she went over to the hotel, she really thought she was going to be talking about music, talking about, her recordings and that sort. So she said she was nervous to visit Diddy at the hotels, but just was essentially excited to talk about her career and where everything was going. But then, you know, that's not what happened in this hotel visit. She said essentially that she was introduced to the concept of oral sex while at this hotel. She said that, you know, Sean Combs had given her oral, and that it made her, that he kind of made her feel crazy for not reciprocating that. And so, she didn't do that because she said she was in a relationship at the time with somebody else. She said she felt sneaky, but she essentially just wanted to be around him because he...
Bruh, you ain't got your pussy ate by the time you 21 up in the hotel room, and you didn't give Diddy that sloppy toppy. He introduced me to the concept of oral sex. What? What? Are you serious, bruh?
What the hell?
Okay.
Oh my God.
So,
no way. Yeah.
So Ryan Leslie don't eat punani. All right. So that's what she's saying. And guess what? She also said, I was in a relationship with another man, Ryan Leslie, when I went up to Diddy's hotel room and he ate the pootie tat. I thought I saw a putty tat. All right, so you in a relationship with a whole man getting your putty tat eaten up, and you don't even know. You confused about it. I'm confused about it. He introduced me to this concept. What? Oh, my goodness. Hey, Ryan Leslie, I got a question for you, sir.
Did you eat that cat?
All right, Diddy ate that cat. All right, but Ryan Leslie?
Did you eat that cat?
I felt like I was sneaking around on my boyfriend, and Diddy kept...
Did you eat that cat?
All right, he kept eating that cat. All right, come on, bro. This is a bullshit already. She up here lying.
He was exciting, he was entertaining, and she said that, you know, it made her feel kind of special because not everybody was getting that time with Sean Combs. And even just think about that time frame. This was Puffy, this was Puff Daddy, this was Diddy, you know, this was somebody who was a big name. And so from her perspective, I can kind of see a little bit why she was a little excited to kind of go over there again under the guise that she was going to be talking about music, and that's not essentially what had happened. And then the prosecution talked about this trip to Miami, and this trip was also pretty important because this was a trip that they had taken. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's best friend at the time, was there. Dallas Austin, who was a music producer, was there as well too, and she referred to Dallas Austin as a friend. You'll remember Dallas Austin because he was on that People and Places list that the jurors were given during jury selection process. And so she thought initially that she was going to Miami for work, and a flyer was even made about her doing kind of a club appearance, a booking appearance down there. But instead, she was having sexual intercourse with Sean Combs on a boat. She said even later that night, that's when she started she took a drug, and that was what
let me stop.
Let
me stop. All right, and Cassie is nice and tightly packed. I'm gonna tell you that right there. All right, so again, no accountability. No, we got plausible deniability. I thought I was going to Miami for a concert. Really? Who was you going to perform in front of? There was a flyer. Who was you going to perform in front of? You couldn't even fill up Dre's in Las Vegas if you were performing at Dre's. Stop. Ain't nobody coming to watch you perform nothing. All right. Now, if you was doing a strip tease, I would be there. All right. But nobody going to watch you perform in Miami. And Dallas Austin is basically double dating with your friend. Shout out to Dallas Austin. He been around for a long time. ABC, BBD, and the East Coast family. And shout out to Illegal. Where's little Malik from Illegal, Dallas? He needs to show back up. But by the way, Diddy. Now you're on a boat getting your insides pushed to your esophagus. I was going to Miami to perform, but now I'm on a boat with Diddy. Get my cat pootie tat eaten.
Did you eat that cat?
Come on, man. Come on, man. We supposed to believe this? We supposed to believe this?
They called a blue dolphin pill, was essentially ecstasy. She said she was given the ecstasy actually by Sean Combs, and that she had never taken a drug intentionally before. And she said intentionally because she said she unintentionally accidentally drank a drug from somebody else some other time, but that was the first time she intentionally did it. And again, that was kind of her first introduction to it. She said ecstasy kind of made her feel euphoric, and then us in the gallery as well as the jurors, we saw photos of Diddy and Cassie on that boat together, and that's the boat where the two first had engaged in sexual intercourse for the first time.
So that's where he got the putty tat. He done put the so he had to drug her. So now we have her getting drugged. This is the first time I intentionally took a drug. Before I unintentionally took it with someone else. All right. They slipped to me and Mickey. But now this is the first time I got high. And I felt euphoric. I wasn't my normal self. And all of a sudden, all right, he was putting it in my putty tat. So she's taking accountability away from even her volunteering for sex. All right. The sex was induced by drugs. And I was just 21 years old. And I thought I was going to be on this boat doing a music concert. And he gave me a blue dolphin. All right, this is no accountability. This is not her saying, I chose to be in this relationship. I made a choice. Everything is my brain still ain't developed. He slipped me a drug. He tricked me on the boat. All right, he tricked me to Miami. I was in a relationship cheating on my other boyfriend. But, you know, what this should have been was I was 21. I was upgrading from Ryan Leslie to Diddy. Diddy was a damn near millionaire, billionaire. All right, at this particular point, it was an upgrade for me. I monkey branched from Ryan Leslie to him, and I was letting him eat the cat. All right, and all of that. There's no accountability on her part. Even the first sex now is just this, okay, he slipped me some drugs. And I never intentionally took a drug before that. That was the first time I intentionally took a drug. That's what she's saying, man. I mean, this is her now just too much victim. Too much victim.
And then even after that trip, that's kind of where everything changed. She said essentially that they spent a lot of time together and that she became one of Diddy's girlfriends. Now, at the time, she initially really just thought the two were monogamous because they spent so much time together. And she said even afterwards, you know, they didn't go public for years after that because publicly he was still dating Kim Porter.
There we go right there. So we got no accountability there. All right. I thought we were in a monogamous relationship, although I knew you had multiple girlfriends. I thought you were dating Kim Porter, right? By the way, I was cheating on my boyfriend with you, but I thought we were monogamous. I also thought you were dating Kim Porter. Which one is it? Pick a struggle. You pick a struggle. This bitch is just reaching, grabbing. Which one is it, bitch? Keep to one story. What story is it?
Even after this trip, she broke ties with her old management, and she said post-Miami trip, that's when she started falling in love with Sean Combs. She said she referred to herself as his shadow because that's how often the two were together. But she said that Sean Combs was her first adult relationship. We were later shown an exhibit. It was the photo of the two of them at a strip club in New York City together in Halloween of 2007. And we were shown photos of Sean Combs and Cassie in the back of a car together at their relationship. So you could really kind of see from her perspective, from what I saw from the exhibit, her just kind of smiling, her being...
Stop, bruh. Did she lie? This woman just lied. That was my first adult relationship. You just said you were in a relationship with someone else when you started dating Diddy. Am I tripping? Am I making this shit up? You just said. Hold up. I got a video here, bruh. I got a video here. She just said she was in a relationship with Diddy, with someone else before Diddy. Now this is your first adult. Not only that, you're a shadow. You're a hidden. He's keeping you hidden. Like, what the fuck is going on? Oh my God. Okay. I've never been in an adult relationship before Diddy. Lies. She up there.
What
lying.
I perceived to be excited to be there again. She looks the same, right? But she was a little younger back then. And so after this trip, she said she was still enamored by Sean Combs, you know, at first. But she said over time, that's when she started to kind of experience a different side of him. And for one example that she had used, it was like the physical abuse and even the controlling nature of Diddy, the way that she had looked, who she was speaking to and talking to. Essentially, that Diddy would call her every single day, all day, every every day. It was either through texts, calls, and then later on FaceTime, because back then, you know, we didn't necessarily have FaceTime, because you have to remember, just in the context of everything, that this, you know, their relationship was a little bit a while ago, nearly almost 20 years ago, the start of it, I should say. And so, you know, if there were times that she didn't answer the phone call, he would call her repeatedly. If she didn't answer the phone call, his staff would call her, and this staff included the assistants, the security. Said the staff would even go so far as to locate her in person.
Let me stop right here. Let me stop this shit. All right, so listen. From this part right here, it sounds like he's crazy about her, right? But in any relationship, see, this is why I say this could be any relationship. Any relationship could sound just like this at this particular point. Other than the Blue Dolphin, this could be any of us. And this is the scary part. So when I can't get a hold of you, I'm supposed to just say, well, whatever. And just wait for the next morning for you to show up. Good morning. I'm not supposed to chase you. I'm not supposed to be concerned for you. You're my artist. I'm not supposed to be concerned for your safety. I'm also not supposed to feel jealousy. You're just going to disappear and ghost. The way they're framing it sounds like he's a madman. But I would say most men would do exactly that. Not only most men, most women would do exactly that if they're in a relationship right now. How is this abuse? How is this a madman? All right, where's Cassie? She's supposed to be here. She's supposed to be there. Where's she at? Is she in the hotel room? Is she safe? Locate her. Like, she's my girlfriend. Can we find her? Maybe somebody kidnapped her. Well, maybe she's drunk and passed out. There's a whole bunch of things that can become. Well, how is this abuse? He kept calling me and calling me. How about you tell him where you are? How about you tell him you don't want to be there? I have no idea. Now, we don't have anything other than that. It could be escalating from there. I just don't see that could be anybody. For me, I don't do this anymore. So once I feel a woman's not responding, I don't double text. I don't call. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to certainly get her in front of her. Next time she does that to me, all right, I'm going to assume she cheating. I'm going to assume she is up to no good. That's what I just assume at that point. Okay, she up to no good. So I'm going to fuck somebody else tonight. And the next time I get her in front of me, I'm going to fuck somebody else in front of her. All right, that's how I play. All right, but it sounds like she's playing cat and mouse and he's playing business. He's playing boyfriend. He just kept calling me and texting me and FaceTiming me. I was just 21 years old and I don't know what to do. Okay, let's continue. I don't see anything at this point.
She didn't answer her phone. And she said that Sean Combs's or Diddy's moods impact her very greatly. She said she said when she would be abused, it wasn't really about her. She said there was physical and psychological abuse. She said even if she didn't smile the right way that he had wanted her to, he would say things along the lines of watch your face, watch your mouth. And essentially Diddy would tell her kind of who to be. And then that's how we kind of slowly started getting into more just of the relationship between Cassie and even Diddy's staff members, including his security team, who was around 24/7. You know, Cassie named off names like D-Rock, Uncle Paulie, Bounds, Malik. When the assistants were named, it was important names like Christina Coram, David James, Neil Dominic. And so that's when we started to kind of get a glimpse a little bit into just her relationship with Diddy's staff too.
Let me stop right here. Okay, now, some of these things most of y'all don't do in relationships. I get it. I don't necessarily coach women, watch your mouth, fix your face, smile more, right? We've seen this with Ike and Tina in the movie as well. But it sounds like she's saying his mood affected her mood. Guys, this is all relationships. Like, this to me, people are calling this psychological abuse. I'm telling you, women do this exact same thing as well. They shit test you. They irritate you. Then when you get upset and distracted, they gaslight you. Men do the same thing on the other side. They want a woman to not be pouting. They're celebrities. Don't look sad. Don't look somber. We're outside. Look happy. I mean, again, To what extreme they've done this, I don't know. Like I said, this could be anybody. You're at dinner and your girlfriend talking too loud, and you're like, hey, watch your mouth. That's what she said. Watch your mouth. Watch your face. I mean, many people have been caught in that particular dynamic. I typically don't have to do that particular thing. I just won't bring the woman out. All right, so if a woman act funky like that, that's the last time she coming out with me. I don't have to coach her, right? That means she's untrained. But you're a celebrity. Why be out pouting with an attitude, and you're out supposed to be people taking pictures of us? So right now, it sounds like Diddy is trying to get her to be a certain person that she doesn't want to be. That's his fault now. He's not releasing her. Okay, but he's the type of guy that wants to hold masculine power and frame over her. And I think this is a waste of time for you guys. All right, you guys have young women like this or women in your life that want to constantly be pressing your buttons and shit testing you and telling you to fix her attitude, and then she takes it personal. I mean, it's just a waste of your time.
And a lot of things to break down there, right? I'm actually going to do a sidebar episode where I'm going to take Ventura's testimony and say how it actually matches up to the elements of the crimes that Diddy's charged with. But, you know, talking about staff members, that definitely goes to racketeering, right? This common enterprise, allegedly using staff members and associates and chiefs of staff to further his criminal activity, to keep tabs on Cassandra Ventura. When you talk about controlling the way she looks and what she does, control, power dynamics, that goes to the overall theme of force, fraud, coercion, of sex trafficking.
This is crazy. This is madness to me. So now you got the staff who's protecting his artist and girlfriend. He put security to protect her. Now she feel like a prisoner. I'm a prisoner. He got me going from here to here, using me as a sex mascot. I mean, but he wasn't protecting her and looking over her and making sure she was right and fed. And I mean, because you had to come eat, right? I'm pretty sure the staff made sure you had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But this is all just some sex racketeering. Wowzers. Anybody believe this right now? Anybody believe this? I don't believe this at all. I disagree vehemently.
Very, very important.
Yeah, and so they like to date powerful men, and then when that guy exercises his power, cry. All right, come on. Right now, I don't see any violation yet, but there are some, so we'll get to it.
And again, I'm going to do a sidebar on that tomorrow. We have to talk now about the freak-offs, okay? Because that was a central theme of her testimony, all right? So the freak-offs make up the racketeering charge.
Fair use.
The freak-offs make up the sex trafficking charge. I read about it. I think that this was incredibly graphic but important testimony. So if we're saying that she was doing things against her will and that she was being forced to do it, Elizabeth, I'm going to turn it over to you. What did she say about the freak-offs? What did she say about these sexual episodes?
I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of graphic details that were a lot to kind of handle. When I was sitting in that courtroom, there were just moments where I was just like, oh my goodness, can we go for a break? Something like that. But again, I kind of have to commend Cassie for, being so...
Everybody acting like a virgin now. And why is Cassie a white woman? Right here. That's a whole white woman. Let me see here. Not everybody's acting like they never had sex before.
Calm, cool, and collected. There were emotional moments that she kind of teared up a little bit, and I'll get into that in just a sec. But as far as,
you see that?
These freak-offs, she said there was even...
So we got emotion and tears, all right, leading... By the way, you're not supposed to show any emotion or tears on the stand. So you could tell, in this case, Diddy's getting railroaded if she's able to go up there and cry.
emotional moments that she kind of teared up a little bit, and I'll get into that in just a sec. But as far as, you know, these freak offs, she said there was even prep time, or she had to prep for these essentially. She said that, you know, Sean Combs would make her get her nails done, and they had to be a certain way, and that included white nails or French tips for the freak offs. She had said that there was even discussion possibly about, you know, breast implants as well too, that he had made comments about her physical shape, her working out, keeping up appearances. She had to get tan, she had to get waxed. So there was a lot of physical preparation when it came to just how she would appear, because according to her, Diddy controlled every aspect of it, from the way she looked, the way she talked, how she even performed within these sessions or freak offs, because there's even a difference right there where a session was just inside the freak off, where it was just like one moment.
Let me stop this shit right here. Bruh, this is insanity. Wait a minute. So if I had a girlfriend and I said, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go out. We're going to Tulum. I want you to go get your lips done. I want you to go get your nails done. I want you to go get your hair done. I want you to go get a cut and color. I want you to go get a tan. I want you to wax that punani so it don't look like a cactus. Wax the back. Wax your goddamn Brazilian wax. Get the fucking wax off your arm. I'm a bad guy for this. I'm a bad guy for this. Bitch, get your nails done. Get your toenails done, bitch. French pedicure. It's like, wait a minute. Whoa. And get in shape, bitch. Hit the treadmill and the Stairmaster. Girl, you getting a little fat. This is abuse. Getting you prepped to get on stage. He told me how to sing and how to dance. He told me to get my fingernails done before I got up there to perform. Wow. He said that's abuse, though. He made me get my fingernails done. Bitch, he always wanted me to have my toenails done with white toenail paint. So any woman telling us to spoil them, give them gifts, shower them with love, tell them to get some bitch, I'm going to give you some titty implants. All right, bitch, I'm going to fix your titties. Never do anything. Don't tell them nothing, man. Don't buy them a dress. Oh, he bought me a dress 2 sizes too small and told me to get my ass in it. Hit the Stairmaster. Yo. This is insane the way they framing it here. Don't buy these bitches shit. Brush your teeth.
Possibly about, you know, breast implants as well too, that he had made comments about her physical shape, her working out, keeping up appearances. She had to get tan, she had to get waxed. So there was a lot of physical preparation when it came to just how she would appear.
Hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing, everything. That is all independence.
Because according to...
And I bet you she was kicking and screaming going to the nail salon. I can't stand going to the nail salon and getting all prettied up. Fucking tanning bed. Can't stand this shit. Can't stand on trying on all these new dresses. All these people motherfucking putting tape on my titties. I'm tired of this. Telling me I need bigger tits. And I can't stand him. He's saying I'm fat. He told me I need to get on the treadmill. Fuck this nigga. Telling me what I need to do and how I need to sing my songs. All right, I'm going to come out here with pasty pale skin and little titties. All right, but you want me to have bigger titties. I want my pussy hair stinging out of the dress. All right, Jesus.
Her, Diddy controlled every aspect of it, from the way she looked, the way she talked, how she even performed within these sessions or freak offs, because there's even a difference right there where a session was just inside the freak off, where it was just like one moment that, you know, this encounter would happen, then they would take a break, go on to another moment, and that might not even be the entire freak off. She said sometimes they would do 3 or 4 sessions just in one freak off, and so the imagery is just, it was really just a lot. And so essentially You know, she described it at first as, you know, that Diddy just wanted this to kind of be a fantasy. He wanted to watch, and that Diddy introduced her to this concept of swinging. And so there was.
So you see, he introduced me to swinging. He introduced me to oral sex. He introduced me to blue dolphins. He introduced me to getting pampered and shopping. She had no choice. She made no choice. I didn't have a choice. So this is what they call Stockholm syndrome. This is what the abuse victim of society is saying. She had Stockholm syndrome at this point because he groomed her, forced her to get up on the stage and sing and dance, forced her to lift her legs open and get her punani eaten, and I don't see much force going on here. I don't see much coercion going on here. I don't see it at all.
There was a point where, you know, they were talking about it initially as just kind of voyeurism, where Diddy kind of would just watch. She said she was pretty shocked that he was kind of interested in this, but she said she essentially just didn't want to upset him.
Yep, there it is right there. I didn't want to make him mad, so I did it. Guys, this is the same as women who have sex in marriage. Well, I don't want him pouting, so I gave him some marital pussy. I mean, any woman can say this. I didn't want to see him upset, so I just had sex with him. I didn't want to see him upset, so I gave him a phone number. I didn't want to see him upset, so I painted the fingernails the way he wanted them.
She said as far as the freak-offs go, that she was introduced to them in the first 6 months to a year of their relationship, that they were doing this together.
All right, so 6 months to a year, she's introduced to this. I don't see Stockholm syndrome there. You're going to need a little bit more time than that. So she's doing it first 6 months. We have them kissing in the hotel room, eating punani on a boat. 6 months later, she's doing the freak-offs. She couldn't leave. She was a Stockholm syndrome. She was a prisoner at that point.
The other person would normally be a stranger, that being an escort or a male dancer. She was just 22 years old when she was.
Just 22. So you see the framing here. Just 19, just 21, just 22. I didn't know. He introduced me. I did it so he didn't get upset. He was keeping tabs on me. He was pampering me. He was doing this. He was finding that. He was telling me this, and he was going to pay for that. Just 22. 6 months later. Okay, you see this? None of this is her fault. I was a baby.
Was first introduced to it, so very, very young. She said she agreed to even do it.
Very, very young. Just.
Relationship that they were doing this together. The other person would normally be a stranger, that being an escort or a male dancer. She was just 22 years old when she was first introduced to it, so very, very young.
Very, very young is 22. Man, send it, bruh. Send that shit right now, man. Send it. I had a whole full-time job at 22. It's like, what? All right. We participated in sex at 22, and we never were going. I was just 22 years old. If we were 22 and a bitch showed up at the dorm and was like, take me, everybody fucking. All right. Nobody has to be introduced to nothing. All right. Oh, this woman introduced me to it. She got naked and said, I'll take all of you guys. I was just 21 years old. All right, let's continue here. Sorry for the interruptions.
She said she agreed to even do it because she just wanted to make him happy. She asked why she agreed. She was asked why would she agree to do it, and Cassie at that moment said, great question. And so the first freak off, she said, happened at his LA home in the bedroom. She said they kind of referred to this person as the first escort because she didn't remember his name, thought that he was a stripper from Vegas, knew that the escort was paid to have intercourse with her. She said during her first freak off, you know, she took ecstasy, she drank alcohol even before it had started, something that she had even talked about in her civil claim against Combs that was later settled.
Yep, she drank alcohol and took ecstasy.
You know, they showed a photo to the gallery just of this particular first escort because we didn't even know his name, but it was a black man. He had dreads. He had an earring in his left ear. It looked kind of like a driver's license photo, but even throughout the course of her testimony today, he was just referred to as the first escort. She said that Sean Combs would tell her to wear masks, and she wore heels during this. That Diddy kind of directed everything, including the lighting, putting the oil on the escort and vice versa. So essentially, Cassie and this escort would rub baby oil on each other. And so, I was talking before about kind of the difference between the sessions and the freak-offs. So again, those sessions were just kind of a portion of the freak-offs. But these escorts were paid thousands of dollars to do this. She said that she had to, in order to kind of do these freak-offs, she would essentially have to get high just so that way she didn't feel much. But she said that it made her feel dirty. She said that right after her first one, Diddy soon proposed another freak-off, and she felt like she couldn't say no
because why?
She didn't want to make him upset. Said
there it is again. I mean, that's what we're using here. I didn't want to make him upset. I didn't want to see him mad. So I just kept doing drugs and drinking and getting ran through by men I don't even remember that. And who believes this? Who believes this? The session was directed by Diddy. I mean, I don't believe this. Like, this is what I don't believe. I don't believe that she was just going, I'm just going to power through it. I don't believe this. I believe she was like, this is the easiest fucking job I could ever find. I don't have to run around stage singing my whack ass songs. All right. This is my job. I don't believe that this is just, I don't want to make them upset. I just can't believe it. But yes, the NPCs are going to believe it because, many people don't have opportunities to have sex in this manner. So it seems wild. It seems wild that Diddy's a grown ass man rubbing baby oil on another man. All right. I mean, that's crazy as hell to me. But there is a lot of people that have movies on platforms that are way younger than Cassie that are doing this voluntarily on Twitch. All right. They had a whole hot tub Twitch group of women in hot tubs doing this exact thing voluntarily, whether they were drunk or sober or not. All right. I don't see this as he made her do it. In my opinion.
That he would get angry and his moods would change if she told him no. And then after the first freak off that she did, they started to become more frequent. And by frequent, she said that they would occur pretty much weekly, and those went on for years. She said her final freak off wasn't until 2017, 2018, which is still relatively close to this time period, kind of right now. She said for the most part, she didn't get much sleep during these freak offs, but drugs kept help her stay awake, such as cocaine, such as Molly, MDMA, or ecstasy as well too, all that were given by Sean Combs. She said Sean Combs would decide, he would be the one to decide when these freak offs would end. And she said that it was impossible essentially to remember the amount of freak offs that she even did because she was pretty much doing a whole bunch of drugs, and they were so frequent for the most part. And she said that she felt, humiliated, and that she was all that this was all that she was good for. And this was an important part in the testimony because this was the moment that she started tearing up. She pretty much had testified that she was being objectified during this, that Diddy would get so mad that if she didn't want to participate in this, that his eyes would go black. That's how mad he would get. And she said the only part that she actually liked about the freak off was just the time that she had spent with Sean Combs, and this being this one-on-one time that the two had had with each other. She said that she had wanted Sean to know that the FOs made her, or the freak offs had made her feel worthless, but essentially that Diddy dismissed her feelings.
Now, this part I agree with somewhat. This part I can understand from her position. This is about the only part that I say, yeah, she probably did feel humiliated. She probably did feel like, damn, I'm really doing this. Okay, that's about the only part that I agree with. Yeah, 5-6 years in and you're still doing it and you ain't got no more records coming out. You realize what you are, right? You realize what he sees you as. And you're going hours and hours with raw punani and raw dick all over the, yeah. That's about the only part where I say, yeah, I can see how she felt that way. That's about it. Because he telling them what to do and dookie on her and piss in her mouth, yeah, she probably didn't feel like doing it that day. All right. And she was like, you're going to do it. So this is about the only time where I'm like, okay, yeah, this seems like he was pushing her into doing this so much that she probably didn't want to do it. Now, the part where she says, the only reason I was doing this is because this is the only time I could get alone time with Diddy. Cap. The only way I can get through it was drugs and alcohol. So you was just, I don't agree with that. I don't see it. I think she was doing drugs voluntarily. Let me ask you this. Were you doing drugs when there wasn't a freak off? That's the question. Because she was. She was doing drugs when there was not a freak off. And there are people that are going to testify to this. She was a drug addict. So was Diddy. Now, if Diddy was on drugs, does he get to say, hey, I was on drugs? That's the question I have. Because she's saying I was drugged and I was taking drugs given by Diddy and I was high. Okay, who gave the drugs to Diddy? Does he get to say I was drunk and high? And so I don't have any accountability. I don't have any memory. Because this is the part I say, well, look, man, you know, a lot of people get drunk and high in these scenarios. Not many people doing these scenarios sober. But it sounds like you were doing this type of activity outside of the freak offs. If that was the case, how do you explain your behavior when you were outside the freak offs taking the drugs and alcohol? Okay, that's the problem I'm having with this. She's just coming out here saying he drugged me. I don't think that's the case. She's not saying he drugged me. She's just saying I had to get through it with drugs. And he provided me the drugs. That's not the same thing as him drugging her. All right, let's continue. This is
called her predictable. There was this one exhibit, an email exhibit that was shown where Cassie, her nickname under this email chain was BG standing for baby girl, and Diddy was referred to as Pop Pop, which is kind of disturbing in itself because he was named Pop Pop after her grandfather, and she thought it was weird and disrespectful. But from Diddy's point of view, this was something that he had allegedly wanted. And so the subject of this email was, I really...
Bruh. The way they're framing this is absolutely insane. What? Guys, there are people that have said that she voluntarily called him Pop Pop. Because in her culture, that symbolizes that's the father figure. Even so, that she called him that in front of her own family. There's a security guard that says that. She called him this in front of her own family. Now she's saying it was disrespectful to my family. It wasn't disrespectful as long as he was supporting said family. They let it go. But baby girl is another word that people use when there is an age gap, or not that even a significant age gap. Neither of these words are very explosive, or as she said, the news reporter, oh, it's disturbing. What? That's like telling Latina women you can't call a man Poppy or Papacito, or a white woman to call you daddy, or a young black woman to call you daddy. Like, what? That is a very, very seemingly innocent thing that they're now creating disturbing. BG, baby girl. Oh, she was such a baby. This is terrible. I mean, this is terrible. Right now, although Diddy is a weirdo for this baby oil and this bisexuality, I think it's weird. I'm not a guy that swings that way. But right now, I've heard 20 minutes of nothing. Right here. All right. I've heard 20 minutes of nothing right now. Daddy. I would not be moved by any of this shit if I'm on the jury. All right. So I haven't heard shit that I would be like, yeah, he's a monster. All right. But let's continue. They must have something else.
really need to F. And
okay, hold up.
This message from point of view, this was something that he had allegedly wanted. And so the subject of this email was, I really need to F. And this message from Pop to baby girl said, so who you gonna F, want to call someone? And so this email from was around 2010. And so the response was that she wanted to F him and said, are you crazy? Because essentially when Diddy was receiving these messages, he just essentially assumed it was going to be for a freak off. That means other people were going to be involved. Whereas from Cassie's point of view, she was kind of making the argument that she just wanted to spend time with her partner at the time, her boyfriend at the time. And so there was kind of a back and forth just about that Cassie had wanted to talk to Diddy about something, and that Diddy had called her predictable because that she didn't want to, assuming that she didn't want to participate in these freak offs, and essentially
assuming. So if I'm correct, Cassie sent the email saying that she wanted the F, or Diddy sent the email that said he wanted to F. I don't understand. If I'm understanding this correctly, Cassie sends the email that says she wants to F. Then she says, oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to be alone with you. It's going to be just a one-on-one F. Or maybe it was vice versa. But by the way, this is not uncommon of many couples, especially young couples that are starting off new, that you would send a text like this or a message. But she's assuming, Cassie's assuming it's going to be one-on-one. She's assuming what the message says. That's what I think. So Cassie sends a message to Diddy saying she wants to F. Diddy assumes that it's a freak off, that she wants to F someone else. He says, pick somebody. And she says, no, I thought it was just going to be you. And she's saying the reason I sent it is because I wanted personal time to have sex with you. But you wanted me to do another freak off. That's what I'm reading from what these assumed emails are. What? So I just wanted personal time with him and then to be alone. I really want to F is personal time alone. Okay, let's continue. We only have a few more minutes.
Essentially that she said that from her standpoint, she didn't want Diddy to think that she didn't want to do it anymore, even though she didn't want to do it anymore, but essentially did it to make him happy. But even throughout these freak offs, they were talking about disguised identity, that Diddy would wear a hat, he covered his face, he wore a mask. Cassie would even wear a mask, kind of one of those masquerade masks. She would wear a wig, she would wear see-through nets, she would wear very tall heels. She kind of even made the comparison to them being kind of like stripper heels. And essentially those were the disguise portion. The only time that they had kind of taken off the mask, taken off the disguises, was when they felt comfortable enough to do it with an escort. Because you have to remember, around this time, they were a little worried that one of these escorts could possibly be a cop. One of these escorts could possibly be somebody who would go and tell the entire world that they had done something with, Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura at the time. And so
okay, I mean, so she's saying he was forcing her to dress sexy and wear a mask. So they're wearing disguises and sexy outfits, and he's forcing her to do this.
You're going to see how much a table of 6 women tipped.
Right?
First one. So
he's forcing her to do this. That's what she's saying. He forced me to wear stripper heels. What's going on here? All right. What's going on here?
New world order.
He forced me to wear stripper heels. He forced me to wear a mask. He forced me to wear. How's this force? He wore a mask. It was weird. Anybody?
So she was talking about how these freak offs happen a lot of different places, including all of Diddy's homes except his home at Maple. Freak offs happened in her home except her studio Studio City home. They had freak-offs in New York, in Miami, in Los Angeles, in Atlanta, and Turks and Caicos, in Vegas. And she named the hotels that she could remember doing these freak-offs at, because it wasn't just at Diddy's homes. It wasn't just at Cassie's homes. They were in hotels as well, too. And just how the staff would kind of help provide things that they had needed for these freak-offs, such as condoms, such as Johnson & Johnson's baby oil, such as candles, such as lube, such as Astroglide, and that essentially all the participants use baby oil. This seems like a very big preference that Diddy had kind of had. And I know a lot of people kind of make jokes about it, but you know, for the most part, it does seem like a prevalent thing that was very prominent in these freak-offs, and that a lot of bottles of baby oil were used, to the point she said 10 bottles were used in probably one freak-off, which is a lot of baby oil if you really think about it. She said, you know, the Astroglide was used as lube as freak-off, something that she had even talked about in her civil suit against Combs. She said when they had run out of these types of supplies, that the staff would get more, the staff being the assistants, would get.
Let me say something. This doesn't sound like a very fun time for me. So, you know, like, this isn't something that I would want to do very often. So he definitely has an issue, right? This is an issue that he was introduced to himself. And it seems like this is his thing. This isn't my thing, all right? But not to say I probably would do 1 or 2 of these a year, all right? But it's going to be only me and a whole bunch of women. It ain't going to be a whole bunch of ninjas sitting around here dicking down one woman, all right? But I'm saying it does sound extreme, especially the people who have vanilla sex all their lives. The point that I'm going to say here is they're trying to make this a RICO case, which they're going to maybe succeed, is that they're saying the staff provided this, the staff provided that. We went from this location to this location. Now, it sounds like she's riding a lot of airplanes. It sounds like she's traveling for, maybe she knows this is going to happen there. And she knows how to disappear on him. So she's going to Turks and Caicos. She's going to Miami. She's going to New York. She's going to LA. This sounds like you got a passport. Did he have your passport? Did you voluntarily go? You know what's going to happen when you go to these places. You went to Atlanta. You didn't stay home. I guess she didn't want to make them mad. Now, my last point on this one. The covering of the identity. Saying the staff provided Astroglide and baby oil and condoms or whatever they provided. Who's supposed to? Is Diddy supposed to go get these things? He's Diddy. Where's he supposed to go? To Walgreens and pick it up? That's why he has staff members. He's a famous person. He would look hella crazy going to Walgreens, picking up 10 bottles of baby oil, 2, 3, 4 bottles of lube, 18 condoms. He would look crazy. He would look crazy as hell going to shop. All right, but that's the only way you beat a RICO case, is to have him facilitating it. But now that the staff is facilitating it, it's RICO. He's supposed to go to goddamn Costco and get a whole bucket of baby oil and lube. Like, wait a minute. Like, this is crazy. This is going a little too far when it comes to who is doing what. Oh, he had them providing this, so it's a RICO charge. Nah, man. I mean, all of these people are there to do exactly that job. That's what they're getting paid for. And he's supposed to carry it around. All right, I got my backpack full of lube. He's not going to carry it around. He's not going to carry any bags. So obviously his staff is going to provide this. It's crazy.
More, or they would ask the bell desk for more at Diddy's direction. The candles were always lit. There were about 6 to 10 candles inside these rooms. There was even a point that she had mentioned that candle wax would be poured onto her. It would be poured onto Diddy. She said studio lights were later used in these freak-offs, and that they were red and purple and blue. Then we were shown a photo with Diddy. It looked like he was kind of laying on something. According to Cassie, he had a handful of cash in his hand that we couldn't see through this exhibit photo, but he was kind of laying in a red room. And so she said the freak-off rooms were particularly warm, according to her. And then this was kind of one of the more, disturbing points that were talked about through her testimony about them using extra linen not to soil the sheets in these hotel rooms. Why? Because there were points where blood and urine were going to be soiled into these fabrics, essentially. She said that she was even expected to have freak-offs while she was on her menstrual cycle, that Diddy and an escort would urinate on her, and that she didn't want to be urinated on. She said it was a turn on for Combs, but for herself, she felt humiliated going through this, said it was overwhelming. She said at one point she began even choking on the urine. And again, these are just very, very...
Let me stop here. This has already been proven. The guy, the one escort, said that she was the one that requested the urine, that she did choke because he emptied out the goddamn bladder, not because she was uncomfortable with it. So there's conflicting testimony at this point related to that. But how dare he bring colored light bulbs and LED lights that can change color? How dare him have a red room? Like, how dare him be sitting in the light bulb? I mean, what do we want? You want the lights on with the whole goddamn halogen lights? You want the yellow lights in the back? What do you want? The off-white? He had red lights. And of course, we got him running a red light. She's on her menstrual cycle. I mean, so now anytime you have a woman have sex on her menstrual cycle, it's forced. I mean, I'm having a tough time. This sounds like if you're literally a 3 or 4 on the sexual scale, this is nothing. If you're like a below 3 on the sexual scale, meaning that you have had nothing but vanilla sex all of your life, all the way to virgin, this is outrageous. But I'm way past that. I'm like a 6 or a 7 in the freaky category. I'm not a 10 like Diddy. I'm not having these parties, the masquerade, eyes wide shut. So I'm not an 8, 9, or a 10. I'm somewhere between 5 to 7. This sounds like nothing to me. This sounds like a regular week with your wife. I mean, this sounds like nothing. Because where do you draw the line at this type of stuff? Especially when the woman's saying, I was only here to make him happy. That's the only reason she's saying she didn't leave. I just wanted to make him happy. Not that he was going to beat me up. He was going to threaten me. He was going to prevent me from traveling. He was going to blow up anyone's car. At this point, there's no blowing up of cars. He threatened me. He told me not to leave. He told me he wasn't going to give me any more money. I haven't heard any of those type of abusive threats. Those would be abusive. I haven't heard coercion. I haven't heard him saying, bitch, you ain't going to have another album unless you do it. I haven't heard anything related to that. I heard her saying, well, he would be unhappy. He would tell me that I needed to do it. It just sounds like a freaky ass story to me. That's what it sounds like to me. And that sounds like she was humiliated in the process. She felt humiliated. That's what it sounds like to me.
Hard things to kind of listen to, and me even repeating them, I'm just kind of a little just unwell, just because it's really a lot, Jesse. I'm not going to even lie to you. And she was saying I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, and she said this didn't really necessarily happen often, but it was often enough for her. And these were just very humiliating things, and you could tell that she was very soft-spoken throughout her testimony. So it was probably very uncomfortable for her to kind of talk about this, one in an open courtroom, one in front of Diddy, as well as
look, any woman or man would be uncomfortable talking about this in person. So I don't give her an extra. I would be uncomfortable if somebody was talking about what I did sexually, and I would be like, damn. All right. But especially under the influence of alcohol and drugs and doing something super freaky.
Even her husband and her brother and her mother, who were all inside that courtroom, and she was very soft-spoken throughout this. But essentially, that the staff would clean up the aftermath of these events. They would be charged thousands of dollars just for the damage that were done to it. She said half the time she said she was high on drugs during these while she was being urinated on. She said she didn't say no because she thought it was obvious that she didn't want to even do this. So it was a lot of graphic detail.
Again, I didn't say no because I thought it was obvious. See, you should have read my body language. You should have known. You should have seen it. He should have seen that I obviously didn't want to be here. I mean, this is a really fine line. Anybody right now, let me put up a poll here, because we're about to wrap this shit up. This is a fine line between volunteer and victim. I haven't heard much victim, but let me see here. Do you think, I'm going to put up a poll, Cassie is a of sex trafficking and abuse. All right, and tell your truth. Sorry for the typo if there's one in there.
A lot of things, and surprisingly, I didn't see much of the jury kind of shake when this kind of testimony was going on. They were very much so kind of looking at Cassie very intently, very much listening to her. I would think that, you know, maybe somebody would get emotional or anything like that. But from what I could see, because my view was also very limited, I will also say that. But from what I could see, the jury didn't really flinch to this very disturbing testimony, this very hard testimony to listen to. But it seemed like they were just, you know, kind of absorbing everything that was being testified to. But from their perspective, I didn't see much of a reaction to this. But from us in the gallery, I know a lot of people were just kind of like, whew.
All right, the peanut gallery is reacting, but the jury, who's the most important, they're not reacting. Okay, so she's saying the jury was sitting there looking at it like I was looking at it, like, right? They was like, all right, I'll be doing the same thing. The jury's like, so why are we here? Now, somebody mentioned about the video of him beating her up and pulling her and dragging her back in the room. Yeah, I mean, I saw that too. That's not a part of this case, unfortunately. All right, it's not a part of this case. All right, the California decided to not prosecute. It is a shitty look. It was terrible for him to do so. I was definitely shocked at the video. I did a video on that. That's abuse. That was abuse. Now, when you find out why that happened, all right, then you're going to figure it out why, all right? You're going to figure out why that happened, but he's going to find out. Let's get the context behind the video. She was sneaking out, trying to take his bag, all right? Trying to take the bag of what? I don't know, videotape, baby oil, whatever evidence she was trying to sneak up out of there, that's what she was trying to do, all right? So they had an abusive relationship where they had hit on each other. According to the security guards, they both would hit on each other, but she would get the worst damage. Okay, but she hit him too. But that the video could be a part of this case, but it's not. He's not being tried for that. It could have been coke. We don't know what was in that bag, but obviously she was trying to sneak it out of his room, and he wasn't gonna let it. Now, in my opinion, right now, based on what we have, I don't have him being guilty of a RICO. Right, of a RICO. I don't have that. Now, the people might have that, but I don't have it.
This is a lot today.
And the urination might not even be the most disgusting point. I'll tell everybody, we're not going to repeat it here.
Okay, so he's going to go into the thing that we don't want to hear about. Right now, 90% of people say no, Cassie's not a victim of sex trafficking and abuse. 90% say no. 10% say yeah. I think she is a victim of getting beat up for sure. All right, taking the bad end of definitely some beat up sessions right now, but she hasn't mentioned that today. If she's on the stand today, she may mention that. All right, I don't have her mentioning that yet. That hasn't been. Remember, she's saying I kept taking part reluctantly, and he should have known. I haven't heard her say he would beat me. He beat me. He punched me. He kicked me, and then shoved me back in the room. All right, I don't have that. If she had that, she would have said it. Am I mistaken? She would have said, man, this one time he cold cocked me, and I learned right then and there not to tell him no. She didn't say that one time. There is a video of him doing that later on in the relationship, but there's no testimony of her saying he made me do it, and the only reason why was coercion. He threatened my family. He threatened to cut me off. These are all abuse. He threatened to beat me up, to whoop me, choke me, spank me. That was all a part of the deal. I haven't heard that yet. She's mentioning drugs and alcohol, but she's only saying he provided the drugs and alcohol. I haven't heard her say he forced me to take it. She didn't say he forced me to take it. He said it was just there, provided by him. And she was over there. Am I tripping? All right. Anyway, let me get to this. Let me get to this. Now, what I would want to hear was he threatened my family. He threatened to blow my car up. He forced me there. He took my passport. We just have psychological abuse, all right, which is what she's leaning on. He should have saw my demeanor. The room was dirty and nasty. There was blood and piss everywhere. I was humiliated. I don't hear any force. I don't hear any really physical abuse either. I don't hear him restricting her access to travel and food and locking her in the room. I don't hear any of that. Though if I heard that, I would be like, this dude is guilty. Even if she couldn't prove those existed, I would be like, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's move on from this shit. All right, we don't even need to hear nobody else. Show me one picture of her not begging for her passport. I would be like, guilty. He chained me to the room. He handcuffed me to the hotel bed. I haven't heard any of that. But not saying Diddy's going to win this case. I still think he could possibly lose based on what we heard. But again, I ain't on the jury. Like, to me, that was what I would want to hear, and I've heard none of it. All right, I've heard none. And she had her chance to even say it, and I didn't hear one time anything where it was completely forced upon her. He says the security guard for Kelsey came out and said that she shot the gun and Tory Lanez didn't do it. Okay, that's not related to Cassie. I thought you were saying Cassie shot somebody. Yeah, he made her take a diet pill or made her take a diuretic or he didn't let her eat. Like, I haven't heard any of this stuff. He didn't let her eat next week. Okay, bitch, you don't get to eat until there's another freak off. I didn't hear it. All right, so when I hear those things, then I can say it. Martin Muhammad says, Coach, it's the same mentality of the woman who was offered neck for $5 and the man who wanted to give her $3.50 in quarters. We want life-changing freedom from an oppressive or abusive situation for free. Okay? And we want somebody to help us. Also, we don't hear her being an adult in the situation. She's just a child. I was just young. I was intimidated by his power. Don't women like power? Don't they like powerful men? You're hearing women say they don't like the powerful men now. Anonymous says, look up Mike Jeffries. He's a former CEO. He says, tells you all you need to know about the Diddy case and different rules for you, black man. Yeah, I did. I talked about that case. But I don't talk about too much Duke shooting. All right, so Mike Jeffries, his abuse victims were men. And in my opinion, he ain't going to get much pressure because he talking about gay lovers. So once you make men the victim, it's going to be hard. He made me pose for pictures with my shirt off. People going to be like, yeah, nigga, yeah. I was just 21 years old when he made me take my shirt off at a photo shoot. Nobody going to care about them dudes. Okay? Because they know them boys was doing it. All right, nigga, why was you 21-year-old man running around here with your shirt off like you couldn't say no? Like, you couldn't beat that ninja up. But anyway, there's too much Duke shooting in that video.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, that I don't even want to talk about him. All right, but I did report it initially when it came out, but I left it alone. All right, because I'm not the one to talk about gay shit, fugazi shit on my channel. All right, as soon as I see the stories about some fugazi shit, I'll leave it alone. All right, I don't want to talk about it. That's between them two. I'm not getting in between that fugazi shit. All right.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Trevornator says, glad everything is going well with Twitch. He says, I'm a new subscriber, just showing appreciation. Give me the I got money. Shout out to you.
I got money.
Yes, indeed. And that's a co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. The Dark Side Foundation, Coach, that clip was diabolical. It raises the question, why do we prioritize women when we don't even make the top 10 on their priority list? Because they get away with it. You guys get away with it. Guys, women get away with stuff, and y'all let them get away with it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You guys do not draw a line. All right, Macaroni Tony, as a member of the Medium Ugly Society, I must say, it's a lot easier to focus on my goals. I'll take that trade-off. And we had a video of a man saying as such, you're lucky to not be a good-looking guy. All right, you're lucky, man, because being a good-looking guy ain't all that. Because as you can see, being rich and good-looking don't stop women from doing shit against you. Tyler Wood says, Coach, I'm greatly motivated by your work ethic. Do you genuinely like your job, so to speak? And is that passion what makes you do it 7 hours a day? Or do you feel neutral to the work but keep the benefits, including the income, travel, JUCO, and anonymity in mind as discipline to keep grinding? You're a writer. And you says, and while I'm good at it, it is not my source of fulfillment. So I'm wondering if it's more effective to work a job you don't really like while thinking of how it'll advance your life rather than needing to be passionate, to be driven. Shout out to you, the Coach Gang in Brooklyn, boss up season. That's a great question, and I'll answer it.
Boss up, nigga.
This is a great opportunity for me. I look at this as an opportunity that I can never get back. Like, I can always go work another job. I can also always go work at Popeyes. I can always go back to fitness training and get back in shape. I can always go back to coach a high school basketball team. For me, this is something that I can't do and go, you know what? I'll come back to it in 3 years. This is an opportunity that was blessed upon me, right? I worked for it, and then I asked for it, and I got it. So now I'm like, let me make the most of it. Let me make the most of it while I have it, because a lot of people would trade positions with me in a heartbeat. And I can't just stop this and go, I'll come back to it in 2 years. Everybody knows that's the death knell. And I would encourage anybody to make sure you look at your life and realize the opportunities you get and consider it a blessing and make the most out of it. Go all in. And then when this ride is over, it's over. When this ride is over, it's over. But this ride could continue to a Spotify deal. This ride could continue to a sponsorship. This ride could continue right now, what it's doing right now, consistently doing this. I would be fine with that. This ride could end with me falling off. Who knows where it'll end? But I have to keep doing it because this isn't something that I can recreate. You can't recreate this. So that's what keeps me going. I'm like, hey, man, this is an opportunity for me to get in front of people, right? Teach, give some knowledge, background, information, help some people through some difficult times, and entertain people. I'm going to do it. Why the fuck not? So that's what keeps me going. Why the fuck not? And I try to find ways to not just be average at it or lazy. So if I'm going to do something, I always do it. I always do it with my full effort and my full. But some dudes, especially young dudes doing this, y'all take this shit for granted. Because you never really had a series of jobs that you hated. And you think you just going to pop up here and then, I'll give it a rest and then come back. Brothers, don't do it. So I do always have to be creative to come up with something so I can say, these niggas stealing from me, right? And I made my best effort. And I would encourage you to do the same. Also, I could be out here fucking with a jackhammer, all right, and breaking bricks and pouring concrete, right? But yeah, a lot of dudes are just stealing, watching my shit and stealing from it and taking a little bits and pieces here and there. And y'all niggas claiming... Y'all niggas claiming they better than me. And I'm like, dude, if I stop making content today, I guarantee you motherfuckers would not have anything to say. They wouldn't have nothing to say. They would have to come up with their own shit. Yeah. Shout out to Actual King Smith says the story of your ex-wife and the babysitter was hilarious. Yeah. She was my wife at the time, though, but it happened. I will admit. Hey, man, every ex has some negative shit to say about their ex, and that was one. Right? But, man, you will never get opportunities. Gentlemen, when an opportunity hits, you better go at it full speed. You better not take opportunities for granted. Do not take opportunities for granted, gentlemen. Go into it and make it happen. Okay? And you better find ways. You better find ways to monetize all of that shit. Okay. Shout out to Bob says, I've experienced burning desire once in my life. I thought I went to a parallel universe. The laws of physics doesn't apply anymore. And he says right here, we were in the library and she was all kissing on my, you know what, when I was trying to study. She went to the bathroom, told me she touched herself because she cannot hold on. That was that genuine burning desire. Okay, genuine burning desire. Corey says, what's up, coach? As a decent looking guy, I can definitely say that women tend to give you a harder time. They will disqualify themselves because they don't want to compete. They would rather have a pookie bum type dude that they can control with their punani and whatnot. I agree with that too. So people think that you're going to get a nice car and women are going to fawn all over you. Let me tell you something, dude. And something about it. I can pull the G-Wagon up into a parking lot. Costco, Walmart, Target. Okay. I can pull the 911 up in a parking lot. And if there's people, regular women in that parking lot, them motherfuckers will act like they did not see me. They didn't even see me. Now, this goes both ways. You got to figure out, are they trying to make me get their attention? Right? Jump out the car and be like, hi, ma'am. Or are they going to ignore me? Or do they not give a fuck at all? Are they just in their own world? Main character syndrome. This is a confusing element for men because you believe you're going to get a nice car and bitch is going to be fawning all over you. It ain't going to happen. Same things as muscles and lean and rip. Not necessarily going to happen to you. Right? Not necessarily. Every now and then you'll get a little scratch. Every now and then you'll get a little scratch. But women typically will be like, still like, okay, he has a nice car, so maybe he's going to approach me. Right? But why would I have a nice shit and my life together and approach some regular woman? All right, it don't even make sense to approach a regular woman getting out of the car with some pretty woman syndrome and shit. Bob says, oh, I got Bob. We got Dinero Tranquillo says there are 19 and 21-year-old women taking physics in college, and they're either grown, well, there's some typos in there. There's some typos, but he's saying it's ridiculous that 19 and 21 is not an adult. We got Blue Baggins. He's on trial for being freaky and abusive or a RICO sex trafficking charge. And how the F one man gets a RICO charge, free Diddy, gay freaky ass. Yes. I think Diddy is on charge. The only RICO he has is that the people facilitated it with baby oil and lube. That's it. Like they booked the flight tickets for her to go to Miami, right? Wait, who booked the tickets? Diddy didn't. His staff didn't. That's a RICO. I suppose, like, what? It's a crime syndicate for his assistant to bring baby oil in a room. There's the crime. Okay, what if somebody else brought the baby oil into the room? How's that a RICO? Like, I don't get it. I'm really lost. Is it freaky? Yes, it's freaky. It's wild. All right. It sounds like a wild orgy. But I don't find it, bro. Yeah, he maybe who booked the nail appointment? His assistant, RICO. He definitely going to jail for that. RICO for booking the goddamn pedicure. You think Cassie didn't one time say, can I get my nails done? And he was like, nah, bitch, you only get the nails done when I want you to get the nails done. French pedicure, bitch. Like, this crazy. You think she was just laying there quiet the whole time? All right. Somebody says she was enjoying it. Ko-Fi supporter, breaking news. The driver in the Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion situation came forward and confirmed Tory did not shoot Megan. It was her best friend who shot the gun 3 times. Tory knocked the gun out of her hand and it fired 2 more times. He said his conscience won't let him be quiet. Well, now that Tory Lanez is in the emergency room, now he's like, maybe I should speak up. Unfortunately, it's too late. Maybe he'll get a retrial. But his ass going to be up in there getting Shawshank Redemption until then. Jaime says, for the standards of the Diddy case, YouTube, government, schools, and child support system is abusing us. It's about lawsuits for all of these systems. You got to keep the systems going. Without men, women can't sue anybody. All right. Without men, who do women sue? McDonald's for giving them coffee and spilling it on their dress. Like, who do they sue? Like, name a woman that sued another woman. Not very many. Shout out to our brother H every day. No dookie chip talk on Twitch, coach. I'm not talking about it. I think I said something on Twitch. They said it was TOS. And men don't help each other. They don't. So if you're waiting for a man to help you, it ain't going to happen. So really, you're off by yourself. There's no one saving you. And I want men to understand that. No one's coming to save you. No man's coming to save you. No YouTubers are coming to save you in court. You guys, as soon as you guys decide to lay with the woman, you're taking a risk sexually. There are women that are completely submissive. They'll tell you what they want. They'll tell you they want to be taken care of. They want to be treated. They want to be spoiled. You'll spoil them, and they'll reframe that shit like they're the victim. He spoiled me. He told me to get my lips filled, and he told me to get fucking breast implants. He told me I was out of shape. He gave me a gym membership. He told me to go to the gym 2 times a week. Like, I mean, just like that, bro. Nobody's coming to save you. Neither of these lawyers. These male lawyers ain't coming to save you at all. If you got some cheddar or you got, a reservation to go to jail or prison, they will throw your monkey ass up in there. All right, so don't think men are going to help other men. You are just a means to an end. You got money in your pocket. You're a person that's going to get these people elected to be the district attorney. You're going to be elected by the voting populace for throwing some nigga in prison. It's what I'm seeing right here. And that's what we're seeing with these cases. I can't help Diddy. Neither can you. Neither can the lawyers. He's on his own. And he's a billionaire. Imagine if it's us. Imagine if it's us. Nobody going to help us, bro. And don't think we're going to have people giving out the part of the story where they support you. Ask Andrew Tate. So even Andrew Tate has a bunch of men and women completely against him with only a small support group of women and men supporting him. Not saying that they haven't done anything, because that's the problem. What have they done? Many of the stories that I hear, well, I think there's some criminal element to it. There's some crime. There's some coercion or control, but it's hard to prove. Because they'll be like, he gave me a cherry DM emoji. Okay. And then what? He booked the airplane flight to Transylvania. And I'll be like, all right. Then when we got there were 5 other women there. I thought I was going by myself. Okay, see, where's the problem is. Then what happened? He told us to get naked in front of a webcam. Okay, what? What did you do? Well, I decided to leave. Okay. You left. Or I decided to stay and get naked. Did he give you a chance to leave? We can leave at any time. Or he kept my passport and didn't let me leave. Okay, there's a crime. So there's this line. Where is the crime? Where is the crime? This sounds like it's, what do I call it? It's sour grapes. Sometimes it sounds like sour grapes. It sounds like I thought I was the only one. I thought it was just me and him. And then when he start introducing other people and freak offs and escorts and other women, and then all of a sudden it's offense. Now they're offended. Now they got to drum up all of this stuff. And he made me get on the plane from London to Dubai. He made me fly to Miami, put me in a nice 5-star hotel in the fucking Park Meridian. And he put me in the top floor of a nice 5-star hotel. He fed me room service, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, pampered me, got me massages, tans, titties. It's like, all right, then I'm like, really, there's not really like a super duper crime. It just seems like the person has got sour grapes. And in this case, Cassie got sour grapes. She has a reason to be upset. She has just sour grapes. She has sour grapes that she was not able to marry Diddy, which she wanted to, have kids by Diddy, which she wanted to. She was not able to monetize it. She had to leave with nothing. She chose to come back. She had to leave with. I don't hear Stockholm syndrome. I don't hear that. I don't hear, like, I think he's crazy. Abuse? Yeah. I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with him. All right, but I think he's wild. I think he's a wild card. I think he got it over his head. I think he thought he was untouchable. This should tell you, in the 90s and the 2000s, he was untouchable. Today, he's not. He's able to get touched. Okay, so you guys got to be aware of that. Hey, I'm untouchable in 2025. Come 2045, different story. Right? So this could have been, if she had any goddamn guts, she could have walked a long time ago, fam, in my opinion, and she had the ability to do so. I don't see a victim. I don't see much of a victim. I don't. Anybody disagree? I think 10% of people vehemently disagree. And y'all sound like y'all vanilla. Right? They're vanilla. Super duper vanilla. Some guys mentioning black men are getting this treatment. Guys, I can't disagree with it. Black men are the ones that parade their monkey asses around. This is certainly, you can make a case that the black men are getting targeted for this specifically. But we can also make a case that black men are sexual fucking deviants. But we can also make a case that white dudes got the wildest fetishes, why they ain't getting rung up. But there are some white dudes and some you-know-who-ishes that got rung up. So Weinstein got rung up. Epstein got rung up. You-know-who-ish. But they got too.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right. But black men have been sexual deviants as well. So
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Right. But yeah, I mean, you cannot deny it. All black men, who said this? All black men will have an asterisk. Like, it is black. If you don't want to make it about race, all black men will have an asterisk at the end of the day. So is it because they're black or is it because they're deviants? That's the question, though. Because every black man is known in anything as fame has got an asterisk. Who said that? I can't remember. It might have been Paul Mooney or somebody that said that. All black men will get the asterisk. It was Eddie Griffin. Shout out to Ed. I saw him in Vegas not that long ago. I said what's up to him. He didn't acknowledge me. He did acknowledge me. He was saying, what's up? All right, but he was busy on the phone call. It was Eddie Griffin. It certainly was. That's who it was. Eddie Griffin. So it is true. Not many black men don't have an asterisk. I mean, every single one. The only one that doesn't have an asterisk is Denzel Washington. But all black men, every single one of them, Michael Jordan, LeBron James don't have one right now. All right, but he's got to live. But yes, all black men will have that asterisk. And, it wasn't because they didn't do something. They did it. All right. So it wasn't like they was innocent and got the asterisk. It was that they did it and got the asterisk. Derek Jeter is a mulatto, so he don't count. But, well, I wasn't going to say something. And ASAP Hanswell says, Cap, Cassie's first single, Me and You, alludes to her being good at giving duck six. Keep coaching, keep cooking, coach. Ryan Leslie was way after that. Okay, shout out to you. Interesting. So Ryan, she was giving up the nappy dugout. And Denzel got a kiss already, so he's already kissed in the movie, so he got an asterisk. Everybody got that asterisk. I just think that, I'll just wrap it up saying the black men that have an asterisk is normally because they did something, though. So it wasn't like they targeted them and gave them a false asterisk. But do other races of people get away with what the black men are getting? So, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's other people doing the exact same thing they're doing. Do they get away with it? That's the question that you guys can discuss. But, yeah, LeBron does too much tap dancing, but he's not immune. Michael Jordan got an asterisk, too. Yeah, Michael Jordan got an asterisk. The gambling. the gambling and the point shaving. Michael Jordan definitely got an asterisk. All right. So he got a divorce, he got affairs, he's got the point shaving and the gambling operation that forced him to be out of the NBA. They had to force the nigga out of the league. They was like, yo, all right, you putting too much heat. Gotta go. Now he out there playing baseball. That wasn't because he wanted to play baseball. And then his father dies mysteriously under mysterious circumstances, and he's out there placing bets on gambling desks. That's definitely an asterisk. Nigga, Pete Rose didn't even do that much and got banned from baseball. So, right, got banned from the whole sport, and then I want to put him in the Hall of Fame after he dead. So, you know, Pete Rose did way less than that, what Michael Jordan allegedly did, and they had to send his ass to the AA baseball. All right, so that's a big-ass asterisk. Let him come back. Let him come back. But Michael Jordan definitely got his asterisk. So does Tiger Woods. Everybody got an asterisk. Who got an asterisk? Samuel L. Jackson? I don't know. Does he have an asterisk? But yeah, they done put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. But he definitely, Pete Rose, compared to what Michael Jordan was doing, Michael Jordan was doing a whole bunch of crazy wild shit with that gambling shit. Right? He was connected with some big time fixers. And when you're connected with fixers, that's bad for the sport. All right. That could get you banned. If there's anybody else doing that, you banned for life. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Anyway, that's the show, man. Hey, Twitch tonight. Get over on Twitch tonight. Maybe you'll see another credit card decline. All right. But Twitch TV / Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to you. Y'all saying Denzel kissed the man, so that gave him an asterisk. I don't know what's going on there. Bill Cosby got his too. Shannon Sharp getting his too. Everybody get their asterisk. All right, I don't have, well, never mind. Get over on Twitch TV, man. We'll be there tonight. I might not be there at 5 o'clock. That's the YouTube hours. Sometimes I'll be later. We out of here. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.